And this is a cause for concern because in itself it causes the diseases to rise, violence to increase, and of course corruption also in the mix about that. The capacity issue on how many it can carry, that's an issue. And of course, I have to agree with you that it's a dysfunctional of system issue that we all have to adhere to. And we have spoken to men and women in uniform. They also agree with that. And we are working on that. And I would like to say, I have something that you perhaps can help me understand, because there seems to be a fear on how prison is slowly posing to become a place of comfort through this model law that we are pushing. Because how do we mitigate that? How do we explain to people? Because as one of the members here said that some of the fellow citizens are committing crime deliberately, so they can go back to prison because they are well fed there, they are well taken care there, and they live a better life than outside. How do we curb that? As you elaborate further when you answer our question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Namibia. Now we move to Madagascar and we'll have two contributions from Madagascar. Thank you.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci aussi à l'intervenante d'avoir exposé le contenu de cette loi type de la SADC sur le contrôle des prisons, qui, je pense, être vraiment d'une importance capitale pour la région. Mon intervention va être axée plus sur les commentaires et les défis qui nous attendent, en fait, par rapport au pouvoir de contrôle. Moi, j'étais secrétaire général du ministère de la Justice à Madagascar pendant 5 ans en tant que magistrat avant d'être député. Donc, j'ai eu vraiment à être confrontée par rapport à tout ce que vous venez de dire tout à l'heure pendant ces 5-6 ans au sein du ministère de la Justice. À Madagascar, nous avons des lois qui prévoient déjà les contrôles des juges, notamment les contrôles il y a la commission de surveillance déjà qui contrôle la salubrité, les sécurités et ainsi que le régime alimentaire des détenus. Il y a également les contrôles des titres de détention. En fait, c'est pour éviter les détentions arbitraires. Il y a également les contrôles de l'application des peines pour essayer de voir s'il y a possibilité de libération conditionnelle. Et après aussi, on a des bureaux d'inspection dédiés spécifiquement aux pénitentiaires, c'est-à-dire inspecter les établissements, mais inspecter aussi en fait les personnels pénitentiaires. Mais je pense que les limites en fait par rapport à tout ce que vous venez de dire à ces pouvoirs de contrôle, c'est le cloisonnement. Le cloisonnement institutionnel, c'est-à-dire on a le ministère de la Justice et l'administration pénitentiaire qui est une structure à l'intérieur. Mais la difficulté, c'est que les personnels de l'administration pénitentiaire, eux, ils pensent que les contrôles que nous sommes en train d'exercer va vraiment diminuer leur autorité. Donc, je pense que c'est quelque chose qu'il faut vraiment prendre en compte dans l'application pratique de cette loi type. Et ensuite, je vais également parler du contrôle parlementaire que vous avez expliqué tout à l'heure. La difficulté, je vais parler des défis parce que en tant que magistrate qui a exercé dans les juridictions et maintenant en tant que député qui va faire ce contrôle, je pense que c'est important quand même de comprendre les réactions des prisonniers. Parce que quand on va faire des contrôles, il y a cette peur. Il y a cette peur de la part des prisonniers de représailles de la part des propres prisonniers même et également de la part des personnels pénitentiaires. Parce que s'ils vont oser dire en fait ce qui se passe vraiment au sein des établissements pénitentiaires, là, ils vont être confrontés vraiment à des sanctions à l'interne. Donc, il y a déjà ça. Et ils ont peur alors de s'exprimer. Et deuxièmement aussi, il y a ceux qui s'expriment, les prisonniers qui parlent, mais qui sont forcés de parler, qui sont forcés de dire ce qu'ils n'ont pas envie de dire. Ils vont être obligés de parler, voilà, tout va bien ici, on mange bien, on a des contrôles de santé très bien, alors que ce n'est même pas le cas. Et troisièmement, il y a aussi les visites que je vais dire vraiment pré-guidées, parce que avant que les personnes qui vont faire les visites arrivent même au sein de la prison, les informations arrivent déjà au sein de ces établissements pénitentiaires. Du coup, en fait, il y a, il y a des préparations préalables. Par exemple, ils savent qu'il y a un parlementaire qui va venir, il y a un juge qui va venir, donc ils vont tout faire en sorte que tout soit bien. Donc, il y a ça. Donc, les dysfonctionnements des prisons sont masqués. Donc, je ne sais pas si on a prévu ça par rapport à la loi type. Et finalement, quatrième point, ce qu'il faut prendre en compte, c'est la résistance des personnels pénitentiaires. Ça, c'est vraiment des choses qu'on voit régulièrement parce que, comme je disais, ils ne veulent pas en fait que leur autorité soit vraiment masquée par rapport à tous ces pouvoirs de contrôle qu'on va exercer sur eux. Et je pense aussi la difficulté dans ce pouvoir de contrôle parlementaire que nous allons exercer, c'est qu'avant tout, les parlements, c'est des politiciens. Donc, c'est un pouvoir politique. Et ensuite, c'est un pouvoir à titre consultatif. Et même si on a des enquêtes parlementaires qu'on va instaurer par rapport à ces contrôles, les constats, les recommandations par rapport aux enquêtes qu'on va émettre dans nos rapports ne sont pas contraignants. C'est-à-dire, ils ne sont pas obligés de les appliquer. Donc, ils vont juste prendre ces rapports que nous allons établir, mais n'auront pas d'effet immédiat par rapport à leurs sanctions. Et j'ai vu en fait dans la lecture de la proposition de loi qu'il y a quand même des dispositions qui va dire que s'il y a des entraves, on peut qualifier ça de violation d'enquête parlementaire, mais ça se limite à ça. Donc, je ne sais pas s'il y a des sanctions aussi à prévoir. Et enfin, pour terminer ma proposition, c'est vraiment à l'endroit de la SADC, c'est-à-dire des instances notamment du secrétariat général du Forum parlementaire, parce que la SADC, au sein de la SADC, on dispose des instances, vraiment des instances qui sont dédiées spécifiquement à tout ce qu'on vient de dire là. Donc, je propose vraiment que le secrétariat général du Forum parlementaire ainsi que de l'exécutif, le secrétariat général de l'exécutif de la SADC, en fait, organise une réunion conjointe de haut niveau. C'est important parce que c'est une étape stratégique et qui est vraiment indispensable pour que on va réussir l'intégration de cette loi type dans nos États respectifs. La SADC dispose des structures dédiées, notamment, on a là le sous-comité de services correctionnels et pénitentiaires. On a ça au sein de la SADC. On a également les comités des ministres de la justice de la SADC. Et on a le forum parlementaire de la SADC, bien évidemment, et on a le forum des procureurs généraux. Donc, je pense que pour que tout ce qu'on dit là puisse vraiment être intégré au sein de nos lois, il faut vraiment les intégrer. Merci de votre attention. Désolée, j'étais un peu long, mais c'est vraiment important, je pense, de le dire. Merci.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, je vais plutôt orienter mes propos vers des solutions qui pourraient nous permettre de nous rapprocher de la loi type de la SADC, parce que vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que les problèmes des prisons dépendent des pays, et bien évidemment, je vais parler particulièrement de Madagascar, puisque c'est le cas que nous connaissons et que nous pratiquons au quotidien. Donc, en partant de la réalité pays, nous avons du mal, Madagascar, à gérer les problèmes de nos populations. Et donc, les prisonniers ne peuvent pas être une priorité. Ça, c'est la réalité. On a du mal à soigner. ou à éduquer. Donc, aller vers le contrôle des prisons sera vraiment fait secondairement, si ce n'est pas de façon très sporadique. Ce qu'on pourrait améliorer, c'est d'abord effectivement les droits de visite, parce que ça, c'est un droit humain et fondamental. Le prisonnier a besoin de pouvoir voir sa famille ou alors de recevoir des aides alimentaires, etc. Il y a déjà certaines prisons, c'est le cas de mon district par exemple, qui se trouve sur la côte Est, où nous faisons des plantations pour compenser la nourriture possible dans les prisons. L'idéal peut-être, puisque ce n'est pas le cas de toutes les prisons qui n'ont pas forcément des terrains où elles peuvent planter, serait que nous puissions envoyer le surplus dans d'autres prisons, mais ça reste utopique parce que ça voudrait dire qu'il faut un coût pour le transport afin de pouvoir alimenter les autres prisons. Mais en tout cas, la plantation, donc, c'est possible. Euh, Essayez de limiter également les abus sexuels, parce que vous n'êtes pas sans savoir qu'en prison, oui, il y a des abus sexuels. Essayez de voir également par rapport au retard des jugements et la révision des peines selon les petits délits. Ça, ce sont des choses qui sont abordables, j'ai envie de dire. On ne peut pas systématiquement mettre en prison le monsieur ou la dame qui a volé un poulet, or que c'est alimentaire par rapport à la famille. Et pourtant, ce sont des cas qui font qu'il y a une surpopulation dans nos prisons. Il y a également le problème d'infrastructure qui est généralisé. Dans le cas de mon district, 4 autres districts sont aux alentours et n'ont pas de tribunaux et n'ont pas de prison. Ce qui fait que tous les délits qui peuvent arriver de ces 4 autres districts vont atterrir chez nous. Et ça, c'est un problème incommensurable parce que ça augmente donc ce problème de surpopulation et il n'y a pas de solution tant qu'il n'y a pas d'autres prisons. Mais le but, comme disait notre collègue tout à l'heure, n'est pas d'augmenter les prisons pour inciter les gens à rentrer dans les prisons, mais d'essayer de prévoir et de limiter les délits. Ce que nous pourrions également mettre en place, c'est de construire des puits, faire un forage pour qu'il y ait de l'eau, ne serait-ce que de l'eau potable ou de l'eau pour pouvoir se laver, parce que, en effet, c'est source de maladies telles que le choléra, et nous devrions pouvoir essayer d'aider dans la limitation de ce genre de prolifération de maladies. Et pour cela, il faudrait bien évidemment trouver des donateurs ou des aides quelconques pour fournir ne serait-ce que des savons, surtout aux femmes. Et bien évidemment, les hommes ne sont pas exclus de ce processus, mais également aider dans le don des semences pour qu'ils puissent augmenter donc les plantations et pourquoi pas revendre le surplus qui aiderait donc à faire fonctionner la prison. Nous essayons également, ce n'est pas possible partout, mais de donner des petites formations pour préparer la sortie des détenus, donc éviter les récidives. Ce sont des formations en petite maçonnerie. Si on retape des routes, ils peuvent aider aux petits travaux. Il y a également le maraîchage ou les coutures. Nous essayons déjà de les faire travailler dans les jardins publics. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will encourage honorable members to read the model. Yeah. The model has been distributed and some of the issues that we are talking about are well expressed in the model. So now we move to Botswana and there after Botswana, we'll go to Angola. Botswana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me maybe start by just pointing out that obviously we're going to have to mount quite serious public education. The public perception may be that prisoners have no rights. And I think that should be the starting point. Do prisoners have rights? And we play in a space that makes us high future clients for prison services, whether we like it or not. We may be kept there rightly or wrongly, but we are highly potential customers. And what we being asked to do is to make sure that when you become a customer, you are at least assured of being treated fairly, not being kept inside prison longer than necessary before your case is tested before the courts. But just two other comments I want to make for the drafters. A lot of the time, when oversight bodies interact, particularly with public officers, the tendency for the public officers is to only provide the minimum possible information, making it difficult to effectively perform the role. I heard you mentioning the mandatory reporting. I hope it can be tightened up to make sure that it actually becomes an offense to conceal information that is material and would have been helpful for the oversight body to make a decision. And I say an offense on the part of the public officer, because the power disparity between the public officer and an inmate is huge. It's very huge. So I don't know if it's the right word, but so the burden of making sure that effective oversight take place with full information should be really on the prison officers. And then the last one is just a proposal that as we get towards the final phase of adopting the model law, having US consultants traversed and reviewed the pieces of legislation in our respective countries, consider also doing a small guide for individual countries to say that from our assessment, as Botswana, here are the big gaps that you really need to address. I think that will be helpful when it comes to implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move to Angola, there is another contribution from Botswana. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add few into my honorable MPs. I think what we need to talk about for now is how are we going to change the lives of our prisoners. Me, I'm going to be talking about women and children in prison. To say, like in Botswana, we have women who are incarcerated, maybe they're pregnant when they're incarcerated, and they also give birth in jails or in prisons. But we never have that facility where they're kept separately to say these are women with children like small babies. But I would like to again to say in Botswana, at least we have a creche, but a creche is a long-term thing from a baby born in prison. To say at least there are creches where these babies or these children will be kept busy there during the days, during midday or during the day, when their mothers are still in jail, and there's a time where they visit them. But I'm trying to say, can we look into this? Why should women be incarcerated while they're highly pregnant? And when they give birth, why can't they be sent home? I'm trying to say, let's look into this model law to say, are we going to look into this as SADC to say, what is the right thing to do to our pregnant women? And again, I'm talking about overcrowding. Somebody mentioned it, like petty offenses. We've got boys' prisons in Botswana where some youngsters are kept there, especially boys. But I thought you were talking about correctional services. I think we are not supposed to put in these boys into incarceration. We are supposed to be talking to them, educating them, and releasing them rather than keeping them, because they grow now and they think now they can be taken now into maximum prison because they now think they're hardcores. The last one will be saying, again, can we look into how our visits to prisons are done? In Botswana right now, we have the virtual visits where relatives go to the places and they're given the the chance to talk to the people through a virtual thing where they can be seen through those. I mean, I think it's easier for them to be talking to them through the networks rather than traveling, because you will find that maybe someone has been incarcerated 1,000 kilometers from their own village, because in Botswana you don't have that lot of facilities. So I'm trying to say, let's improve on this to give our people at least to check their people through networks. We have some courses in prisons. Right now we have been doing standard 7, the JC and the Cambridge. Now Botswana is looking into adding to diploma courses, but that will depend with volunteers who will be teaching such. But at the same time, we mustn't forget that they've got the right to education, though they're incarcerated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to Angola, and after Angola, we'll go to Mozambique.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente. Eu começo por felicitar a nossa oradora pela forma pedagógica e profunda como apresentou a sua comunicação. É sem dúvidas uma temática que vai levar à reflexão dos parlamentares sobre a necessidade de pensarmos numa legislação cada vez mais humanizante e também pensarmos no exercício de uma fiscalização eficaz, eficiente e responsável. Mas é um momento também para fazermos uma análise sobre a importância da reeducação dos reclusos, tendo sempre como base a ressocialização e reintegração social dos reclusos, que é um processo que os vai preparar para a vida social, depois de cumprirem a sua pena, quando estão em liberdade. Por isso, eu gostaria de trazer aqui à colação a importância de se promover a transformação comportamental e a prevenção da reincidência criminal. Nós sabemos que a reeducação do recluso é um processo complexo, que não busca apenas punir o crime, mas também preparar o indivíduo para uma vida socialmente responsável quando ele estiver em liberdade. E como é que nós, os parlamentares, podemos influenciar neste sentido? Com visitas de fiscalização e sugerindo a implementação de diversos programas e atividades que possam contribuir para o seu desenvolvimento integral. No caso de Angola, nós optamos por ações de capacitação para os reclusos, frequência de aulas, cursos profissionais, o ensino de artes e ofícios para que ele tenha uma habilidade profissional e quando termine a sua pena possa reintegrar-se socialmente. A outra sugestão tem a ver com a oferta de serviços de psicoterapia, acompanhamento social por parte de psicólogos, sociólogos, para lidar também com as questões emocionais e sociais dos reclusos. Nós temos em Angola uma inovação que gostaria de partilhar convosco, que são os parlatórios virtuais. Isto permite que o recluso possa ter o contato com os seus familiares e também com o seu advogado e facilita também o seu processo de reintegração. Nós temos estado a levar a cabo esta experiência inovadora. Mas temos consciência também que os serviços prisionais dos nossos países ainda enfrentam desafios, às vezes a superlotação, a falta de recursos e a necessidade da melhoria das condições dos reclusos. No caso do Serviço Penitenciário de Angola, nós temos estado a desenvolver esforços para implementar medidas que visem a sua reeducação, porque achamos que isto é importante e facilita a sua reintegração na sociedade, através de vários programas que são preparados com vista a que ele possa ter uma vida social quando for colocado em liberdade. E aqui gostaríamos de destacar também a atenção especial que deve ser prestada às mulheres, sobretudo aquelas que têm crianças. Às vezes as crianças ficam também na condição de reclusas, sem ter culpa alguma. E é nesse sentido que nós apoiamos, sim, a instalação de creches para que estas crianças possam estar aí. Relativamente à legislação, nós em Angola temos a Lei número 8/08, que estabelece princípios para a ressocialização, a não discriminação, o reconhecimento da dignidade do recluso e a prevenção geral e especial. Temos também a Lei do Provedor de Justiça, e muitas vezes a provedora de justiça faz visitas aos centros penitenciários, precisamente para aferir o grau de condições. Os parlamentares angolanos têm estado a fazer também visitas de fiscalização às instituições prisionais, no sentido de abraçar mesmo o desafio da reeducação e da recuperação do homem, pois achamos que, apesar de terem prevaricado, merecem uma segunda oportunidade que a vida lhes pode oferecer. Mas para isso nós temos que trabalhar no seu comportamento, trabalhar na sua formação profissional, para que eles de facto possam reintegrar-se na sociedade. Aqui cabe também aos parlamentares continuar a ter iniciativas legislativas que concorram para a humanização dos serviços nas prisões e continuar a fazer advocacia para que de facto isto possa acontecer. É de facto uma matéria relevante e eu quero felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por nos ter trazido este tema e pensar nesta lei modelo sobre a importância da fiscalização nas prisões, que pensamos que vai ser um instrumento jurídico de capital importância para os nossos países. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Angola. And now we are moving to Mozambique and then Eswatini will have the floor.
Muito obrigado, senhora presidente da nossa sessão. Quero agradecer à direção do Fórum por ter contemplado esse tema nesta sessão de hoje, que permite-nos observar um pouco mais profundo a lei modelo que pretendemos ter em relação a prisões. Em Moçambique, nós temos um número limitado de prisões, mesmo assim achamos que são muitos, e no mesmo tempo são poucos. O número de população em Moçambique está a crescer com uma velocidade significativa. E no mesmo tempo, a prática de crimes aumenta. Automaticamente, estabelecimentos existentes prisionais acabam sendo poucos. Nós temos 157 e dessas devemos contemplar somente 8.000. E agora estamos a lutar, estamos a ultrapassar 23.000 prisioneiros. Superlotação, quase violação de direitos humanos. Que nós queremos evitar isto. E estamos a fazer tudo para não chegar a esse ponto. Queremos também dizer que em Moçambique, na luta pela redução do número de prisioneiros nas cadeias, decidimos fazer acréscimo de estabelecimentos prisionais, número de 13 até 2029. Já começamos a construir. Mas pequena história que podia dar. No passado colonial, que nós saímos em pouco tempo, os donos de terra, que praticamente naquela altura não tinha terra, não merecia julgamento e condenação. Um que cometesse o erro, o colono decidia o que fazer. Se é para punir, punia imediatamente. Não era preciso mandar para o juiz, para quem? Para o tribunal. Automaticamente, o número de condenados eram poucos. E agora, comparativamente agora, nós somos muitos. E julgamento acontece praticamente todos os dias. E pessoas estão sendo condenadas. O desafio que temos é de ver que esses condenados e aquele que for condenado sejam pessoas que podem ser formados, que podem sair de cadeia com uma profissão e voltem a praticar. Há prática de indultos, que o chefe do Estado declara anualmente indultos. E um número significativo, muito grande, de presos que saem de cadeia. Como acontece, parece na Namíbia, que eu vi, que esses presos, quando são libertos, há alguns que lutam para voltar à cadeia, porque aquele componente de direitos humanos é praticado em Moçambique, incluindo aos presos que existem lá. Então, volta para condições melhores na cadeia. É um desafio que temos, que a lei modelo pode ver de que maneira podemos fazer para que não haja o regresso de pessoas libertos para as cadeias. Temos essas penas alternativas que as pessoas podem cumprir a pena nas comunidades. É dado uma tarefa e consegue cumprir lá a pena dele durante o período indicado. Mas mesmo assim, cadeias estão superlotadas, acima de 200%. Temos um plano estratégico que visa fazer tudo para melhorar condições prisionais nas cadeias. E isto vai até 2029 também. E esperamos que até lá a situação pode vir melhorar. Na Assembleia da República, temos uma comissão que lida com direitos humanos, assuntos constitucionais e legalidade. Essa comissão leva a missão de fiscalizar todas as cadeias, para além do sistema de fiscalização das próprias cadeias e dos ministérios ligados a assunto como o caso do Ministério do Interior. Então faz fiscalização para descobrir a tempo assuntos ou casos que podem ser melhorados oportunamente. Então, a questão de lotação, superlotação de cadeias, foi detectado imediatamente e toma-se medida. É por isso que falei de possibilidade de pessoas cumprir a pena nas comunidades. E também aquelas que têm sorte, gozam da liberdade que o Presidente da República dá em cada fim do ano, que é indulto. Nós queríamos dizer ainda que o número de mulheres na cadeia, relativamente dos homens, é reduzido. Um comportamento que nós saudamos muito no comportamento da mulher na sociedade. E isto, se for incluso, se for uma atitude de toda a nação, teremos poucos servidores ou poucos presos nas cadeias políticas, nas cadeias existentes. Nisto, queríamos ainda dizer que a existência da comissão, fiscalização que fazemos e melhoramento que podemos fazer em relação à ampliação de infraestruturas, estabelecimentos prisionais, queremos chamar a atenção que devíamos olhar também a questão da educação à sociedade. Educação para que a pessoa termine o ensino e consiga ter profissão concreta. O número maior de estudantes nossos são aqueles que estudam simplesmente para saber aquilo que é ensinado, teoricamente, e para ir esperar alguém lhe empregue. Então, nós temos que fazer a formação para que a pessoa, quando sai de estabelecimento de ensino, consiga fazer um trabalho de criar condições de ter emprego próprio e empregar os outros. Isto é essencial para nós. E em Moçambique estamos a aplicar isto. Muitos estão a aparecer com profissões próprias e criam empresas para tal. Ao terminar, Excelência Presidente da nossa sessão, nós queremos que os jovens e a força ativa que existe nas cadeias passe a ser o maior número de pessoas que participam na produção, e não ao contrário. Todos os direitos humanos, violação de tudo isto, é acumulação de pessoas a mais nas cadeias. Nada mais não disse, quero agradecer mais uma vez. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. Now, I'm inviting Eswatini to make their comment. Eswatini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the session. May I, from the onset, declare that this is a very worthwhile model law that is being proposed, given or reflecting on the experiences that were very horrifying when we first mooted this kind of law in a seminar organized by our secretariat. And thank you for that. Madam Chair, one would maybe start with the position at home. There are indeed success stories to tell, but we would not want to be complacent. We would want to learn from other people's, other jurisdictions' experiences and conditions. For a long time, like it has been mentioned, that we were governed, ruled through and by colonial legislation. Our colonial legislation has since been repealed. It made emphasis on prison. As you may be well aware, there is a difference between a prison and a jail institution. So it is now called a correctional services facility, which came into force in 2017 and is modeled and tailored on the Paris and Mandela guidelines. And it has been also, its implementation has been facilitated, which is an ongoing process, by subordinate legislation, that is legislation for the implementation of this act. It's very very extensive, very extensive, so to speak. It covers issues of reintegration, rehabilitation, and reintegration. And one would hope those issues are fully covered and extensively articulated in our model law that we're proposing. Having said that, in terms of rehabilitation and reintegration, one would not help but point out that the problem of recidivism still is a challenge, and it would be appreciated if that was included and articulated sufficiently in the model law. There is the perception, real or imagined, that our prisons or our correctional centers, there should be a balance so that they are not seen that the correctional inmates have more rights than the victims that saw those inmates inside the correctional services. The perception is that our facilities are like hotels. They have conditions that are like hotels. So I think that has to be balanced, articulated properly, so that we are not misunderstood by the communities we serve, that we are more positively skewed towards the rights of the wrongdoers as opposed to the rights of the victims. And and the reason, and what would come out at the end of it is, well, they would always go back to the community and come back because the conditions are just appealing to them. So we don't want to have a law where this kind of cycle continues.
Thank
And
you. You know, he's the former commissioner of police, so he has a lot to contribute. Okay, I give you 1 minute to wrap up. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. From here forward, Madam Chair, I think is the presentation of the outcome, the document, the law to the plenary. But I'm just wondering, given the steps that have been taken there, if they apply, because what I was thinking, and I think that should be the way forward, is to validate what we were privileged to draft as the way forward. As otherwise, I'm sorry, we've just received this comprehensive and very articulate document. We may need to refer and confer back home. Last point, the question of children. Let me make it clear, we have a positive case where children that are in conflict with the law are not treated as criminals, hardened criminals, but undergo training in a specially established institution where they are treated so that they are becoming useful citizens in the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, members. We are running out of time. I'm now inviting Zimbabwe to Zimbabwe came first because Namibia, you indicated it after your colleague. So Zimbabwe, and then our last comment will be from Namibia, and we'll close the comment session. Zimbabwe, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I would also want to thank our presenter for the insightful presentation. It's something which is at the center of us, especially when we talk about women and young girls in our prison. I will highlight a little bit about Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we have a portfolio committee for justice and parliamentary affairs, and also a thematic committee on human rights, which also do the oversights in our prison, mainly to assess the issue of overcrowding, and also the issue of health care, sanitation, food provision, and the issue of accountability and transparency. The other thing which I also want to highlight is in our section 227 of our constitution, Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services are there to do the issue of rehabilitative institution, and not only for punitive one. The issue of the Ministry of Justice is doing a lot in terms of our prisons. Though I know very well that most of our prisons are overcrowded, but they are there to make behavioral reforms and also to offer skills and training in our prisons. I would like to highlight on the issue of one which affects women in Zimbabwe, which is a step ahead. We have an open prison, which was opened in I think in 2021, this was the first of its kind in Marondera, where we have got an open prison for women. The inmates are there and they can even wear their own clothes and they can prepare their own food, pursue education, and also do tailoring, hairdressing, dressmaking, and the issue of horticulture and livestock. And with this open prison, we have seen a lot of behavioral change in our women. And the open prison model also allows family visits and the home leave to prepare inmates for release and the reintegration in our community. I can also cite one good example again. In May 2026, we have got a Chipinge prisoner, which also allowed one of the inmates, which a name I can even cite because it's public information, Sarah Simango. She was escorted to attend her daughter's Lobola ceremony, which is the achievement to women because it's not easy, even if your daughter is having a function of wedding, Lobola, but the government managed to allow that lady to be accompanied to attend the ceremony of a daughter. And with this one, it's a step ahead for women. And I can also say the current SADC model law for prison oversight process is also managing to help our parliament for the issue of accountability and the protection of inmates' rights across the region. I cannot say much, but I would like to maybe put some recommendation, which I think it is going to help our female inmates, because the inmates, when they are inside, the issue of trauma, the issue of how best they can survive with their children needs a lot of attention. So I propose that maybe in our governments, we must have a budget in our national budget, which will budget for women inmates and their children. And with this one, I think the budget will go towards the issue of nutrition, vaccination, the issue of early childhood and development programs, the issue of free sanitary wear, because I know some of the inmates cannot get visitors to bring sanitary for them. But if the government can budget for it, it will also go a long way, which is going to also to help the issue of reproductive health education. I think the budget will also go towards the issue of mental health, the issue of counseling in terms of trauma, because it's not easy for a mother to survive with a child inside the prison. So with this, it will also help the children's rights by ensuring that these children get access to education and the playing centers and also have social services. So I think with this is what I think we can also put in our budget, because it's not easy to stay in prison with a child. Maybe it will also give something better if these issues are going to be budgeted in our national budgets. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is well covered in page 16 to 17 of the 6 to 17 of the model. So if you read those, you'll find the issues are well covered. Our last contributor is Namibia, and then I'll invite the presenter to make comments on
Thank you
what.
very much, Madam Chairperson. I stand with the sentiments made by my colleague from Namibia, because the three of us serves on the same Committee of International Relations, Defense and Security, and we have so many times visited the prisons, and it's a reality which is there. Zimbabwe, why didn't you share the success story of your Chinwe Magistrates Court in Mashonaland West? In my previous term, I was the Deputy Chairperson of Constitutional and Legal Affairs, and we did a benchmarking in Zimbabwe. We were taken to that very specific court in Chinwe. I hope I address the place correctly. What I have seen there, and I believe that when they came up with, and when they were in the discussions of creating that Chinwe court, it's a one-stop shop to address the challenges in the backlog of cases, and also to address the space in prisons. Because in that court, I'm just looking at the spaces they have. Okay, they have holding cells. My apologies. They have holding cells there in that court. Okay. They have officers, they have 8 courtrooms, they have 8 holding cells, they have detention cells, 2 libraries, 4 kitchens, 4 storerooms, and 2 strong rooms. And also, they have the virtual court cases that they do from wherever the prisoner is. But I believe, and I'm convinced, that this was to address the challenges of the holding cells that are always full. But it's also a modern magistrates court. That those holding cells does not look like those old holding cells, because it has modern ablution facilities, modern, everything is modern there. And I believe that if we do benchmarking on that, and to the countries also who have succeeded in this matter of prisoners that are overcrowded, then we will probably do and move forward. What I have noticed nowadays is that our offenders are juveniles, the young ones. Instead of probably for the petty crimes they do, because they just grab things, go to a bar and take alcohol or something like that. Instead of addressing those juvenile issues through the community courts, through the chiefs, we take them to prison. There's no space in prisons, but for these minor cases, we take them to prison. Young women who have, after giving birth, the postpartum, is it postpartum? It's a sickness. You see in the face of somebody who have killed his child that there is something wrong here. We take him to prison. Why not to a hospital where it is addressed? In so doing, we might reduce the overcrowding of prisons. I move to the last subject matter of illegal immigrants. Why don't we just deport them immediately? If we see and notice that it's illegal immigrants, why should they go to a prison, go through the court issues? Just record their names, record where they come from. And only probably after the third offense, you take them to prison. Yes, we are aware of the acts, of the rules that are there, but why not just deporting them? I so submit.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your contribution. You have been very active, and now I'll invite the resource person to respond to the comment that you have made. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair. And thank you very much for all the comments. These have been very useful. Happy to say that most of them are actually in the model law already, but I want to just draw your attention to them so that you can double check also if you're happy with the content. I entirely agree with the point about non-custodial sentences for minor crimes and really looking at alternatives to detention. Section 23 of the model law specifically speaks to that, where it looks at how you can actually, so what we need to remember, and when I say this, is that this is about oversight. This is not about the conditions in detention and about how prisons work. This is about external oversight of prisons. So when we speak about alternatives to detention, it's framed in the model law as oversight mechanisms interrogating whether alternatives to detention are properly utilized, and then making recommendations based on that. Obviously, there's separate legislation that you have in your countries about alternatives to detention. The problem is that when someone then comes and conducts oversight and they see there's overcrowding, they can then realize that the legislation relating to alternatives to detention is not properly working, and then they can make those type of recommendations relating to it. So oversight is really about ensuring that existing laws are properly implemented and existing policies. The issue of foreign nationals is dealt with specifically in Schedule 2 of the model law as things you need to consider. And I hear the point that was made at the end about by the Honorable from Namibia about deportation. I think what we need to keep in mind with this model law is that it's written for all SADC countries, and not all SADC countries are the same and experience the same conditions. There are countries in which 100 people might be sitting in a facility who ought to be deported, but IOM haven't given funding or don't have funding to deport them immediately, and then they end up spending 6 months to a year in prison with their kids, and no one notices because no one does oversight. If someone had noticed, they might be able to put in place those measures for those follow-up steps to be taken. So it's not, so the model law, the intention is not for it to deal with foreigners. What it needs to do is identify when there are problems within our detention facilities. So you will specifically see in Section 17 of the model law, which deals with visiting justices, if judges come across a facility where people are where foreign nationals are being detained illegally in prisons because they ought not to be there, then that ought to be communicated to the relevant department so that steps are taken to ensure that they are either deported or their applications are being dealt with thoroughly and those sort of things. So it's about ensuring that the processes happen in the way that they should. I note all the points about whistleblowers, and they are in each and every section of the model law where it deals with specific oversight structures. There are provisions in place relating to protection of whistleblowers. Linked to the issue of the cost of upkeep, and this was a point raised initially by the Honourable from Namibia about Namibia's example of food production. There are, within prisons, there are many similar examples across SADC, really good examples. And it's really about how do one extend those to ensure that there's increased funding and better food available in prisons as well. But again, that's not an issue for this model law to deal with, but what ought to happen in this model law is for oversight mechanisms to see whether there are sufficient food in prisons, to see whether there are sufficient budgets provided for prisons to be able to feed the people who are in prison, and to then see whether the food that is produced by a prison actually ends up where it ought to. There's a lot of corruption within the food system within prisons, which one ought to be aware of, where even food that is allocated by parliaments to prisons don't end up going to prisoners themselves. So when it then comes to you seeing high costs for individual prisoners, there's a lot of questions that can be asked. Don't just assume that is the cost. That might be a very concealed cost. Yes, so there's a lot of interrogation that what can make with those sort of things. And that's really why there's a specific section in the model law dealing with budgetary oversight by parliaments, so that you can ask those questions in your parliament. Why are we paying this much? Is the prison making their own food? Where are the leakages? Where is money disappearing and all those sort of things? And to also bring the stuff together, if you're seeing there's a high cost for upkeep of prisoners, but then you visit the prison and you can see the prison conditions are terrible, alarm bells should be ringing. So it's part of those checks and balances that ought to be there within the oversight system. I hear the point about judges might not feel that they need to visit prisons or do their work. We've consulted this issue in great detail with judges. A suggestion in the model law is to follow the example of Malawi, where judges are put on a roster for visiting places of detention to ensure that that happens. There are also other countries in which, when you look at the performance of a judge, the extent to which they visited prisons form part of their performance criteria. And the reason why it is so important is because as a judge, you cannot possibly send someone to prison and think of a sentence without knowing what you're sending them to. So the issue of visiting judges are quite important. Malawi has a brand new law, and we did refer to it quite repeatedly as good practice within the model law, especially because in Malawi's new Prison Act, the independent designated oversight body, the Judicial Inspectorate of Prison, now has its own budget that it manages itself, which it didn't have before, which gives it that independence. There was a number of comments around families, family visits, reintegration, all those sort of things. So initially, this was not part of the model law because obviously the model law deals only with oversight. But through all the consultations, this issue came out repeatedly, and there is now an entire separate part in the model law speaking only to rehabilitation and reintegration, and specifically about ensuring links with families as well. And this is very important then for oversight bodies to ask about these issues, because what we've noticed is that, and this is what makes this model law quite, dare I say, revolutionary, because in any other correctional legislation, people don't connect oversight with reintegration and rehabilitation and preventing recidivism. And this one actually looks at the link, so that oversight bodies also ask, what's going to happen to the person once you release them? Are you giving them the support they need to be able to get back on their feet and become productive members within society? There was a comment made by, in terms of the limitations of courts that were mentioned by Madagascar, I think this is really why we included the Malawi example of what they refer to as camp courts, because it's the only way in which, if your judiciary is entirely overburdened, there's too many cases, there's too few courts, putting in place a system where you actually take the judges to the courts for things like bail and and dealing with those sort of procedural matters does make a huge difference. There were the issue about that Botswana raised, Honorable from Botswana, about rehabilitation, how we speak about prisoner rights and those sort of things. There is a section within the model law about, as parliamentarians, what your duties would be within constituencies, to also show that you promote everyone's rights equally. There was a point made about mandatory reporting and how important it is, but also making it an offense if someone conceals information. This is not currently in the model law, so I'll make sure that that goes in, and thank you for that. Given all the research that's been done, it ought to actually be very simple to guide specific states on what the gaps are in existing laws. So that is something one can speak to with the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'm sure once the law gets passed, there'll be follow-up plans in relation to supporting parliaments to actually domesticate it. I've said before, I know everyone's worried about reintegration, all of those things. It's dealt with. There's a specific section in the model law, Part 8, so Chapter 2, Part 8, that deals only with rehabilitation and reintegration. And that's especially came out after consultations as well. There was a point made from Honorable from Angola about virtual workshops, virtual visits by relatives and lawyers. That's actually not in the model law, and we'll make sure that that goes in as a good practice, because it is a very good practice. But just to say that what the model law does in the section on rehabilitation is it actually asks oversight bodies, when they go to a facility, to check what training programs are being offered and to ensure that those training programs have outcomes. So you don't just train someone but never give them a certificate, and then when they get out, they have nothing to show for it or a way in which they can find work. There's also issues raised around follow-up. How do you support people with apprentices and job placements and all those sort of things? A key issue that came out of the consultations is the discrimination that happens within training programs. So for example, male prisoners have access to different training programs than female prisoners and all those sort of things. That's all dealt with within the model law already. All the concerns raised about pregnant women, children in detention, that's all dealt with in, as the SG said, in Schedule 3, Part 5, specifically on the healthcare needs of those persons, and then Schedule 2, Part 2 on specifically the needs of what makes persons who are pregnant or have children in prison vulnerable, and what oversight bodies need to look out for in respect to that. I hear the point about, to just perhaps for the point that was made about Mozambique and building more prisons, what we recommended within the model law is that what ought to be a good practice would be that you assess the current facilities. If the current facilities are overcrowded or they do not meet minimum standards, then as a government, you actually develop a plan for how incrementally you will improve the infrastructure. That doesn't mean build more prisons. It means we have a plan on how we're going to improve the current infrastructure so that it meets the current needs, and so that it meets minimum standards. There has been in Mozambique, I know part of the plan with prisons was also to have it in more districts, which in a sense means that families are more able to also visit people who are in prison. So there's lots of different aspects to it. So it's not just about building more prisons. I want to clarify something, and this is why the mandatory reporting is so critical. Within the list of mandatory reporting, there are questions asked about who are in prison, have they reoffended, why are they back, all those sort of things. Because we sometimes make statements that we cannot back up with evidence, and we need that evidence to be able to deal with the root causes of a problem. From what I have seen, I do not think that people decide they want to go back into prison. I think that's a bit of an urban myth, because having seen the conditions in detention in SADC, it's not a fun place to be at all. No, it's not a hotel by any stretch of the imagination. It's horrible, dehumanizing, terrible places that people wouldn't choose to be in. That doesn't mean circumstances doesn't send them back, or there's other issues, but I think we can't just say people choose to go back. It's not as simple as that, and that's why we need the evidence to really come up with decent solutions about what the problem is and how one solve it. I want to just say that this is called a model law on correctionals, for oversight of correctional centers. There's a very detailed definition of correctional centers in Part 1, Section 5 of the model law. It's worth looking at that, because correctional centers extend beyond what you would call prisons. It can include remand centers, it can include rehabilitation centers or places where children are kept. But in your country, you might decide to broaden it even much further than that. We also, and it also includes other aspects. So for example, when you transfer prisoners, or conditions met during those transfers, when people are being kept in holding cells, or the holding cells meeting certain things. So oversight is much broader than what we think, but for this part, we've sort of limited it, but it's worth looking at that definition in the model law itself. And then within the model law, there's a strong emphasis on restorative justice. And the reason why I'm saying that is that our countries have started incorporating notions of restorative justice in terms of alternatives to detention and those things. But when the concern is raised about what about the victims, that's really when the restorative justice processes kick in, where when you look as an oversight body, you don't just go to the prison and say, what are the conditions of detention? You look at this individual and say, what are you going to do after prison? How are you going to make up for what you did? How are you going to give back to the victim and the community and those sort of things? And those are part of restorative justice processes. They're part of rehabilitation and other things. They require money. And it's very important that parliaments are aware of that and budget for those things, as have been mentioned. Young girls and women are dealt with in great detail in the model law, so do not worry about it. And then just lastly to say that we did actually, as part of the consultation process, have traditional leaders in the consultations who also looked at issues about how there could be broader community involvement in rehabilitation and those sort of things. So it has been quite the extensive consultation process. But I think most of what you had mentioned are in the model law already, and thank you very much for the additional comments, which we'll certainly add. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Honorable members, thank you very much for your valuable contributions. Let me also thank the presenter, our resource person, the legal drafter for a work well done. Honorable members, a model law that we have been discussing this morning is not hypothetical. It speaks to real problems, real issues encountered in correctional services context. Honorable members, the model law has concretely united our ideas and perspectives to ensure it is as inclusive and comprehensive. It leaves no door open and seeks to ensure that the rule of law prevails. So let us forge ahead to ensure our laws, budgets, and citizens are well represented. I thank you very much for your contributions. Now, I pose the question to the floor. Any objections to proceed with tabling the SADC model law on correctional center oversight to parliaments? Any objections? Those who say no. No objections to proceed with to the plenary assembly to table this model law to the in Seychelles in July. Any objections? No objections. So I thank you very much. And to conclude the session, I can say that the model law is duly recommended for adoption when we go to Seychelles. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your commitment, for your participation. And now I would like to invite you for tea break until 12. Thank you very much.
Senhora Rosé Etsadi. Junte-se a nós, por favor, para fazer a sua preleção. Consideramos que é um tema de capital importância e esperamos ouvir também os ilustres deputados, comentários, contribuições, porque de facto é um tema que preocupa-nos a todos. Vamos aplaudir a diretora até ela chegar aqui à mesa. Tem que ser mais fortes as palmas, senão a diretora não ouve. Já está entre nós a diretora executiva, então convidamos a dar início à sua preleção.
Good afternoon, honorables. Sawubona, molweni, dumela, habari gani, mulibwanje, maskat maswera. If I've left out a language, excuse me. Thank you very much, honorables. Thank you to Your Excellency, Madam Secretary General Sechoma, all statutory positions and platforms of the SADC-PF organ present, partners, friends. So we're going to speak a bit around a topic that is very important, but is also delicate. I have a limited time with you as you graciously give me an opportunity to motivate your esteemed leadership. If we had more time, we would have done some exercises to ease us into the area of SIA. I'm tempted to ask, who knows what SIA stands for? It's sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment. Basically, SIA is part of gender-based violence. And I'm aware that as esteemed honorables who are setting a high standard of leadership in this part of our beloved continent of Africa, you will agree that addressing SIA is fundamental to illustrating that African leadership chooses not to put their head in the sand and deny, and to have courage to face a reality. Some of you esteemed honorables may have experienced SIA at a personal level. And I am sorry if that's the case, and I empathize with you. Some of you may know loved ones, a daughter, a son, a mother, a spouse, a partner, a colleague, or a friend who has been exposed to SIA. Some of you, or those you know, may have been put in a position where they have been called out on having done SIA. Maybe not intentionally. So in addressing SIA, it's different to addressing agriculture, trade, economy. It's very personal. It's very ingrained in our upbringing, in our values, in our cultural, traditional, religious, and other social and gender norms forming psyche. And for progressive institutions that are leading on governance, SIA responsiveness now at this time is a must-do. I back this by assertions and evidence that has been generated by other parliamentary institutions beyond SADC Parliamentary Forum, including the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, which several of you may be familiar with and even been engaging with. So why is institutionalizing SIA in a governance structure vital? I want to take us back in time a little bit. I guess we were all amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, and we know the pressures that emerged during the pandemic. It shook the world, it caused personal and institutional strains. And then we eased, calmed, adjusted. But last year, at the beginning of last year, 2025, something else hit the world quite hard, right? And affected directly our member states, which was the withdrawal of aid. We're familiar with this, yes, honorables? And ever since that, a lot of other geopolitics have been taking place. Aid resources pulled away from development into defense because of the wars in the Middle East, in Ukraine, Russia, so forth. Focus being in defense, economy, trade, and the areas that your esteemed standing committees looking at support has diminished. But more so, and I will speak to the slide, but I want to give the backdrop and the psychology behind why SIA has become so important now, the psychology. More so, there has been immense economic strain. You've all heard of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Yes? Okay, that's my country, by the way. So, in addition to Africans, I'm an African Persian. So we know what that means. It means now and going forward, fuel is going to go up and everything in industry is going to go up and inflation is going to go up based on something that is taking place miles away. But your communities that you are serving so diligently in the small village or township or city or peri-urban area is going to struggle economically more than before. Unfortunately, that's the reality. It's not pessimism. What then happens is there's also been job losses. So there's fear of job insecurity. And then at individual level, tension increases. If you know individuals who lost jobs last year because of the US bilateral funding withdrawals, you'll know that within those households, there's a lot of tension. What comes with tension and anxiety? Aggression, depression, taking one's life. But let's go a step back now. With aggression, anxiety, and stress in human psychology that many of you honorables, I'm sure, are familiar with, what happens is human behavior shifts to take more risks, isn't it? Because they have to release, a human being has to release this pressure, release this stress. And sometimes it's through habits that are unhealthy. Sometimes it's increased substance abuse, increased gambling, increased number of sexual partners, quick relief. Is that right, honorables? Is that something that you witness around you? But that is what happens in pressure cooker environments. So when an environment is economically strained, it also strains individual behavior and choices. And what we see is an increase in cases of sexual exploitation, abuse, harassment, violence. Sometimes unintentional, sometimes intentional. And this is backed by social science. So it becomes vital for governance structures to address SIA because it undermines human rights and it erodes democratic institutions, which is what the SADC-PF organ and all of your mandates are standing for, and daily you are serving and sacrificing for democracy. And for parliaments to be model institutions as they address other social challenges, SIA needs to be part of the organ workplace. It is fundamental to have SIA responsiveness to safeguard democratic representation. And there's quite a bit of documentation on that from IPU. You're welcome to have a quick Google, and if you're not familiar with these. Tackling harassment is essential. It removes barriers to equality. One of the fundamental oversight roles of esteemed parliamentarians is to raise equality and to ensure that they are functioning properly to represent democracy, which all our member states aspire to. So full-bodied SIA policies are critical. They protect the integrity of legislative process and institutional credibility. Now, the difference between parliamentarians and government officials is what? You are elected by the people. The people believe in you. They look up to you. You are their beacon of light and hope, and you're representing. What comes with that duty? It's not just the fancy name and title, right? It's also leading by example and upholding the rights that your esteemed institutions would like society to also follow when you make laws. By having full-bodied SIA policies, governance structures will have better fortification of their accountability. And they set legislative precedents, modeling the ethical and legal standards that you all expect from society. And if SIA responsive policies and frameworks are overlooked, delayed, procrastinated, or completely removed, parliamentary precincts, organs, workplaces, who serve honorables, administrative staff, researchers, volunteers, are at risk of harassment and abuse, are not safe for applying grievance redressal systems, are not protected, and then become labeled as having a culture of sexism. Many of you esteemed honorables, I'm sure, are familiar. Unfortunately, the science has shown that this is taken place more commonly on women in politics. SIA has been used as a tool of intimidation all over the world. This is not just about SADC. It has been used and continues to be used to silence and push out the marginalized from political arenas. And what SIA policies do is they dismantle this. They enable fair, safe environment for electoral candidates and already elected officials to participate free of fear, discrimination, and victimization. Failure to address internal misconduct within a governance organ or precinct or workplace. It damages public trust. It weakens the legitimacy of laws and legislation that your esteemed mandate and institutions pass and motivate our communities and populations to adhere to. And of course, much of the work that we do, you do, requires resources. Not all of that resource is coming from domestic space. Some of it is coming from external funders and donors. And I'm sure many of you are familiar that funders have become stringent, not just on corruption, fraud, mismanagement of their funds, strong management systems, strong financial systems, but they are analyzing and scrutinizing, is this organ, is this workplace that we are investing funds towards conscious of SIA? Are they mitigating, preventing, and responding to SIA? So it has become a mandatory institutional practice. And we know in the situation we're in, we're not able to divorce ourselves as member states from the aid support that comes towards sustainable development, right? It's going to continue for a while. So when an institution has a SIA response that has put its policy in place with consensus, that has robust systems for reporting and corrective action, it has a higher likelihood of receiving funding safely. I will wrap up with a few highlights on areas of importance to consider as an organ, or even in your respective, many of you as honorable MPs, you are aligned to one institution or another outside of your parliamentary mandate. And you can consider this when you establish a policy. To support the ownership and investment in SIA policies and operational mechanisms, it is vital to close knowledge gaps. I said right at the beginning, and there's not much time to go into it, but SIA it's a dicey area. It's a very personal area. It can be very subjective. And sometimes individuals, based on upbringing, based on our backgrounds, may not consider a specific act as sexual harassment. Perhaps it's a norm. So to ensure there is shared appreciation on SIA, in the lived reality, knowledge gaps do need to be closed. And what parliamentary precincts, organs, and workplaces can do is when politicians and staff enter these spaces, SIA can be a composite in the induction processes to support, so that we are not quick to accuse and create perpetrators, or we're not afraid to report and stand up when we feel violated. We have to balance both. It is ideal that SIA be reported in institutional statutory platforms. just like all other reporting. I believe Madame SG and her team report to EXCO frequently. And they've got different, parameters that they report on. Human resources, how many staff have exited, how many new staff, XYZ. Reporting on how many cases have been identified and redressed is good practice, without sharing names, without releasing and reducing dignity of either an accused perpetrator or a survivor of SIA. Just as we normalize reporting misconduct issues related to corruption or other misconduct, it is very important as policies and frameworks to operationalize them are being crafted to safeguard the dignity of those who are exposed to SIA. Because if those of you who have had to deal with SIA cases are aware, survivors may fear potential victimization post-reporting if it's not handled with dignity. So preservation of harm and damage should be done on two levels. False whistleblowing on sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment can be very damaging. And sometimes people may use false reports because they want to remove someone from their position. It's politics, right? But it can be damaging. And you know that in certain member states, if you are caught out with evidence that you have falsely reported, you can be charged. It is a crime because you have defamed a character. But at the same time, we have to safeguard those who have genuinely experienced SIA with evidence so that there is no silence, because silence is damaging. If we are silent about one act and then the next and then the next, we are doing injustice to all the others who could be the next statistics. Finally, we live in a very swiftly evolving digital era, don't we? I'm sure in your deliberations you have touched on AI. So the digital, cyber, and AI space has given us new risks through which SIA is being propelled. So as an advanced I'm trying to go to the next slide. As an advanced leadership complement within this region, I would like to, I'm speaking to the next slide, which is really my wrap-up slide. I really would like to encourage us, honorables, to remember the Ubuntu principles. We are the only continent on this globe that is united by these beautiful set of principles in the spirit of Ubuntu. We are all familiar with Ubuntu, yes? And institutionalizing SIA responses with courage, decisiveness, and commitment will reflect the value-based, progressive 21st century governance leadership that all of you and your peers and parliaments and the forum organ are exerting in the SADC region. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Agradecemos à diretora executiva da SAFEITS pela sua brilhante intervenção Vamos pedir mais uma forte salva de palmas para ela, por favor. Ela colocou-nos aqui perante um desafio de não enterrarmos a cabeça na areia. Temos que ter coragem, temos que saber decidir e temos que assumir o nosso compromisso perante este tema que nos preocupa a todos. Nós recebemos a instrução da organização que vamos ouvir mais um tema, vamos ouvir os temas em bloco, portanto, reservem as vossas questões para este tema. Vamos ouvir o tema a seguir, que está mais ou menos relacionado, e depois colocamos todas as questões. Então, vamos convidar a senhora Eva Yala, que é consultora, que vai nos falar da promoção dos espaços parlamentares seguros e do desenvolvimento da política do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC sobre o assédio sexual. E este tema tem como objetivo reforçar a salvaguarda institucional, promover ambientes parlamentares seguros, respeitosos e inclusivos. Portanto, nós, enquanto parlamentares, temos essa responsabilidade, devemos ser modelo, devemos ser um exemplo. Convido, então, a nossa preletora e um aplauso para ela, por favor.
Good morning, honorables. Good morning, good morning. Let me observe all protocols already announced on this floor. I'm Eva Jala, as our dear chairman has introduced me. I'm actually representing Benvie Associates, my law firm. I'm the managing partner for the law firm. Let me start first by saying I had a very, very short period of time to do all three documents that have been presented to you. But I think I've done my best with my team. They worked overnight to meet, I hope, your expectations. And this having been said, let me thank the speaker before me. She's laid down a very good foundation for the policy. And I really appreciate her intervention. Maybe we can give her another close of applause. Yeah, so let me take you what I've done because of the shortness of time, and I would really love that you debate this policy. I'll start with a very short presentation on safe parliamentary spaces, just to augment what the previous speaker has said. Then I'll quickly run through the fundamentals of the policy. And I take it, it has been duly translated, and everybody has a chance to read through it. So it will make our debates today very lively, integrated, so that everybody participates. So let us look at safe parliamentary spaces first, and how we came to develop the regional anti-sexual harassment policy. I start off with a foundational basis of the policy. And you'll see that if you read the text of your policy in the introduction, I've made a very detailed explanatory note so that it serves not only for the implementators of the policy, but also for capacity building. So it's very important that the preamble and the introduction must be read together with the actual policy. You'll also notice that the policy itself, at the end of the policy, we have actually put in the capacity building milestones that must be achieved, together with the necessary amendments of the various constitutional documents of SADC-PF. I think this makes the policy very wholesome. In future, if need be, we can separate those aspects from the policy. So let us look very briefly, as I said, it's very detailed in the policy, at the foundational basis of the policy. SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body operating as a very autonomous consultative assembly. And that's what I admire of SADC-PF. It is really autonomous, with free thinkers, high-spirited debaters on the floor. I've dealt with you before in the various model laws I've done for SADC, and I appreciate what comes out of this August House. So, and we all know that SADC-PF is transiting into a fully fledged regional parliament. This transformation alone will give citizens of the region a direct voice in regional policy making and will help standardize a number of laws across the 15 Southern African nations. So that's very fundamental when coming up with such a policy. The core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum are very important, including equality, inclusiveness, respect, integrity, solidarity, constitutionalism, the rule of law, which is part of constitutionalism, human dignity, good governance, and democratic accountability. Provide the foundation for professional, respectful, and harassment-free environments for all participants in SADC-PF assemblies and other forum activities. So this is very fundamental to the policy, and it runs throughout the policy. So looking at the legitimacy of Parliament, it is therefore, to me and to you, I'm sure, not measured only by the laws it passes, but also the institutional culture it maintains, especially for Africa. The previous speaker talked about Ubuntu, Ubuntu. And I've pronounced it in how we Africans would pronounce it, especially in Zambia. I'm a Tonga from southern province of Zambia. So I would say Ubuntu, which is fundamental. A parliament that tolerates sexual harassment, intimidation, victimization, discrimination, or abuse of power within its own precincts weakens the very constitutional values it is established to uphold and on which it is anchored. It is anchored. Let us look at the policy anchor. Where does it come from? Who pitches it? What is it pictured on? what is underpinning this parliamentary culture. The first and foremost is constitutionalism. Constitutionalism. And constitutionalism is composed of the human rights, rule of law, and democratic governance. They are essential treaties that underpin the way SADC-PF comes out with its policies, with its procedures, with its guidelines, with its model laws. And that is SADC Treaty, first and foremost. SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, SADC Vision 2050 and Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020 to 2030. The SADC Model Law on Gender-Based Violence 2021. The AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls 2025. I'm privileged to say I was the lead drafter in the AU Convention. Thank you very much, thank you. So if you go to part 5 of the policy, under the term regional and global values, principles and commitments, you'll see the anchor of the policy in great detail. And I'm sure you've all read them. Let us look at the privileges and cultural sensitivities as we deal with this new policy. I wouldn't call it a new policy, but a policy to embed our values and respect systems. Yes, we do recognize that the National Assemblies are governed by constitutional provisions, standing orders, codes of conduct, committee rules, privileges statutes, administrative regulations, and interdisciplinary mechanisms. It's highly regulated. That's why there's so much order in National Assembly's procedures. That's where the term order from the Speaker comes from. They are following their tight regulatory systems. These provisions reflect the constitutional doctrine of parliamentary privilege and the principle of institutional autonomy. That's why we have privileges governing our national assemblies. However, and that's a big however, member states, constitutions, recognize national values and principles that include democracy and constitutionalism, human dignity, equity, social justice, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and integrity. These values apply to the interpretation of our constitutions, the enactment and interpretation of our laws, and the development and implementation of state policy, or going further, amplified, institutional and organizational policies. All these are underpinned by our constitutions. Parliamentary privilege exists to protect the independence and effective functioning of Parliament. It does not exist to protect sexual harassment, abuse of power, intimidation, retaliation, or conduct that undermines the privilege and safety of persons within the parliamentary environment. And I think that's very important, because this is what the policy we are bringing to this August gathering is underpinned with. Parliamentary procedures and privilege must, therefore, take into account sexual harassment prevention and accountability. Where conduct implicates parliamentary privilege, the matter should be handled in a manner that respects the constitutional autonomy of Parliament, whilst ensuring that privilege is not misused as a shield of harassment or abuse. That's what's important. This is in line with the detailed guide of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, policy to prevent and address harassment, including sexual harassment at IPU assemblies and other IPU events, which was done in 2023. Part 3 of the policy, which is entitled Policy, Parliamentary Privilege and Procedure and National Laws, is expanded in great detail. Not only did we look at the IPU policy, as Benvie Associates, as I said, we spent candlelights up to dawn looking at the various interparliamentary unions of the world. How do they deal with sexual harassment? We looked at the EU. We looked at the Commonwealth Secretariat's policies. We looked at the common law, how they deal with it, and various other policies of various parliaments. And we thought what we have come up with is an integration of all this. And when I'm presenting you the second slide, you'll see that we even quoted some statistics of worldwide sexual harassment problems that you'll see over the world. It's not only in Africa, it's worldwide, as the previous speaker actually has stated. So when we look at privileges and cultural sensitivities, we have done it across the SADC landscape. And we see that culture, tradition, and social norms play an important role in shaping community life, leadership, gender relations, and institutional behavior. And it's across the SADC landscape. Obviously, we all come from different places. Our MPs come from different tribes and cultures, ethnic communities. So obviously, these will creep into our systems. Many cultural values across the region affirm respect, dignity, responsibility, social harmony, protection of the vulnerable, and the importance of community. Properly understood, these values support a parliamentary culture of mutual respect and ethical conduct. That's our findings. However, again, a big however, the policy also recognizes that certain traditional, social, economic, cultural, and political practices may legitimize, minimize, or perpetuate gender-based violence and harassment, where they reinforce unequal power relations, silence victims, normalize sexist language, excuse inappropriate conduct by senior persons, discourage reporting or require women and young persons to defer to authority, even when their dignity has been violated. Unfortunately, and it is a fact. So what does RASIP do, the policy? It affirms that culture and traditions must be respected only to the extent that they are consistent with constitutionalism, human dignity, equality, and non-discrimination. No cultural role, parliamentary custom, party practice, social expectation, seniority rule, or traditional belief may be invoked to justify sexual harassment, retaliation, victim blaming, forced informal settlement, silencing of complainants, or failure to discipline perpetrators. No, 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 we shouldn't allow that. Parliamentary institutions must be culturally aware, but they must also be rights-based. The purpose of this policy is therefore not to reject culture, but to ensure that parliamentary culture evolves in a manner consistent with constitutional democracy and gender equality. So that's my first slide. As a foundational text towards achieving a brilliant, well-connected policy that will endure into time. It will be sustainable into the future for future generations to emanate. Thank you very much. I'll give you now the slide on the policy. Can someone go around? Thank you. Welcome once again to my second slides. They are also quite short to give you time to debate. So here I'm going to present just tidbits of the Regional Anti-Sexual Harassment Policy, RASP 2026. So my presentation will cover just these very few points: the background and context, the legal and normative foundation, which we did already, but it will be in a different format, prohibited conduct, reporting architecture, investigation and sanctions, capacity development, and the next steps, but in a very brief form. So let us look at the background and its context. So I thought it's best we start with the statistics. IPU research confirms that MPs are not immune to harassment in parliamentary environments. And you'll see the statistics there prove it. 80% of African women MPs experience psychological violence in parliament, okay? And that's the citations are all in brackets, so you can check them for yourselves later on. Then 40% of African women MPs were sexually harassed. 65.5% of women MPs globally reported repeated sexist or humiliating comments, and 83% of sexual harassment incidents occurred on parliamentary premises. And that's very high. That's very high, and it's very sad. Okay, let's continue with the forum and the risks. The risks are what's important, and we'll see there that there's been intensive inter-parliamentary gatherings inter-parliamentary gatherings create heightened risk conditions. Some of these conditions have already been pointed out to you by the previous speaker. She's done very well in that respect, and I really appreciate her opening. Another risk is power imbalances across 15 member parliaments. There is, and that's a fact. Another risk that there is absence of an institutional anti-harassment framework. You hardly find it in most of our national parliaments. There's abuse, that abuse goes unreported without safe reporting mechanisms, which is a fact, and that harassment deters women from political participation. Women actually get very intimidated when it comes to sexual harassment. The next slide deals with the legal and normative foundation of the policy. I want to quickly run through, I did the contextual, the textual. Now I want to go through what the various treaties that I itemized on my first slide, what they say. We go to the SADC Treaty. It's very clear in Article 6(2). It brings out the non-discrimination on grounds of sex or gender. So that's fundamental. The SADC Gender Protocol states must prevent and address sexual harassment. That is in Article 22. The CEDAW 1979, GR 19 and 35. Sexual harassment constitutes gender-based discrimination. All these are foundational. We can't hide from them. The Banjul Charter 1981 in Articles 2 and 3 state non-discrimination and prohibition of degrading treatment should be observed. Beijing PFA 1995 states on the strategic objectives, it states in 1.1, we should all, or state parties should eliminate violence against women. Again, SADC PF Strategic Plan 2024-2028 states that we should respect, or we should have respect for one another as a core guiding principle. This is a core guiding principle which you'll find goes throughout the policy. We've picked it and made sure it runs through like a golden thread. The IPU Policy 2023 benchmark for interparliamentary anti-harassment frameworks is grounded in the policy. It's a very good example. They did a very good job. So we saw no reason why we should depart from the principles and policies as emanating from that policy. We move now to the third slide, which talks about prohibited conduct. Who is covered in the policy? It's all MPs of 15-member parliaments, the secretariat and parliamentary staff, observers, experts, diplomats, and collaborating partners visiting SADC PF. They are all participants. All in-person meetings, virtual meetings, and hybrid forum activities. But if you go into the policies, we've gone into great detail on cyber space, cyber crimes, anything to deal with digital or electronic platforms that can be used to promote and to get away from the determined aspects of sexual harassment have all been captured. We've left nothing to guesswork. It's all there. The reporting architecture. We've got the informal procedures, and we've got also the formal procedures embedded in the policy. So on the blue side, you'll see the formal procedures. So you'll have throughout the policy the direct approach using focal point support, third-party facilitation options, entirely voluntary options. Failure does not preclude formal complaint. Even if there's no report for informally, but that does not preclude the formal complaint coming through. Obviously, we do not deal with sexual assault in that sense of gender-based violence, okay? And it's not for purposes of the informal procedure that can be used, but it can be used in the formal procedures. So the formal procedures must be signed, dated, it must be a signed, dated complaint. Informed consent is required. There must be no anonymous complaints. So the formal procedure is really formalized. In this formal procedure, there are 5 reporting channels available. There's a 2-year limitation period, which is aligned to the APU practice. all our laws in our and our national parliaments, you know, we have the statute of limitation. In fact, if I may say, we are now going through a reform process in Zambia where we are redoing the Common Law Limitation Act to be more focused into what Zambia needs in that line of approach. Because some of the borrowed culture does not suit in with the Zambian context. So I hope there'll be a lot of reforms in the limitation area in most of SADC countries. There must be written acknowledgement within 5 working days of the complaint being sent. Then there's the issue of the external independent investigators being appointed. This is very, very important as an independent strategy. So no one from within who may have an interest will investigate what actually happened. It's 60 working days for all investigations. They must be completed. I don't know how we can get rid of the top part. It's distorting the presentation. Can you get rid of this top part? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we have 5 reporting channels embedded in the policy. The first one relates to the designated focal point. So these are trained secretariat staff members. They are present at all formal activities, including virtual events. So this makes it much easier for them to grasp or to capture any incidences that may occur. So they are familiar with the procedures, the processes, the attendees. So they are the focal points. The second focal point is the Secretary General, where direct submissions are sent to, and we've put down her or his contact. The third reporting channel is an encrypted digital portal, where confidential online portal accessibility is provided to all forum participants. Because some people want to keep it very confidential. They don't want hullabaloo to break out. They want it to be methodologically handled. It's important. The fourth reporting channel is the Independent Committee of Judges. These are part-time judges. They are only appointed when there is need for them to gather. So direct submissions are given to the committee once they are constituted. The fifth channel is the emergency channel. So in this case, any secretariat staff or senior official may receive reports for immediate safety reasons and risks to avoid a risk which may come up due to delays in handling the matter. It's gone off. Good, thanks. So the next slide, slide 5, is investigations and sanctions. I'm sure you are following it with the policy next to you, because these I'm just doing very briefly. So this aspect of the policy renders credibility and impartiality to the whole process. It is actually the cornerstone of the policy. That is the Independent Committee of Retired Judges. This committee is composed of 3 retired judges from SADC member states. The minimum composition is 1 female and 1 male, appointed by the plenary assembly. Okay? So they exercise true independence. There's no connection to forum governance. Recusal rules, including nationality-based recusal, apply. So let's take example. The complainant is from Lesotho. Then Lesotho can be appointed on the committee for purposes of autonomy, independence. External investigators. External independent investigators are appointed as default for all formal investigations. This is a must. They have 2-year tenure system. These are renewable. They actually develop their own rules of procedure, which are approved by the executive committee. The timeline: investigations must be completed within 60 working days. Interim protective measures are available through the office of the Secretary General. The parties have rights. The respondents are informed of allegations. They have a right to respond. Both parties receive written outcomes. So you can see it's a procedure to ensure that all parties receive a fair hearing. All the rules of natural justice will apply to these procedures. The policy also has a graduated sanctions framework for all the violations when they are proved. Level 1 is a formal warning. This can be developed into further and better levels. But level 1 is the formal warning, where you deal with remedial training and counseling, first time or less severe violations. Level 2 is restricted participation, temporary suspension from forum activities, public censure, completion of full program. Level 3 is a suspension. Up to 2 years, governance positions are suspended, notification to home parliament becomes necessary, meaning the national parliament from where that member came from must be notified, because they have their own disciplinary rules and procedures, which may have to be taken into account. Level 4, permanent exclusion. Permanent exclusion and governance bar is essential for such activities to deter future acts of sexual harassment. Again here, notification must be made to the national parliaments and national authorities, because some of these are actually criminal offenses. Criminal offenses. And national authorities may take them up and proceed with the procedures under criminal law. The last is the capacity development. As I said, we brought them into the policy because it's better understood within the policy. Because what are you teaching the staff, the MPs, or the other participants? You are teaching them the policy. And the policy must be very close to the capacity building guide so that it's inclusive and does not leave out anything. So it's an integral, non-optional part of the RASP, not a separate voluntary document. So you'll find Chapter 1 deals with the purposes and objectives. Chapter 2, it deals with understanding harassment. What is harassment? Chapter 3, obligations in practice. Chapter 4, how to report step by step. All there is outlined. Chapter 5, supporting colleagues. Chapter 6, scenario-based training. And Chapter 7, resources and contacts are outlined. What are the next steps now after today? Or after the policy has been adopted for implementation by the plenary assembly. So after 90 days, you must constitute the independent committee of retired judges. After 60 days, the legal subcommittee must review draft amendments to the Constitution, rules of procedure and administrative rules, which we have already done for them and is annexed to this policy. After 60 days, the Secretariat to publish operational guidelines for Articles 11, 12, 13, and 21. Let's look at now the dates. 2026, plenary assembly to formally adopt the RASP and mandate legal amendments. 2026 capacity development sessions at the plenary assembly level. 2027, 28 annual capacity development sessions must take place. Then the biannual monetary body to report to plenary assembly on implementation. What is the major value? Zero tolerance, dignity for every forum participant. The policy lays out very clearly what the value of the values behind these principles are, what the mission statement of what the forum stands for, and what are the guiding principles in detail are all embedded in the policy. Thank you very much for listening to me. Sorry, I'm just being reminded to address the issue of dress code. Yes, the policy, as you've all read, addresses dress code very extensively, very extensively. It's well balanced, and the normal dress code, as long as it's decent, there's dignity in how you appear. It shouldn't be provocative. Provocation also brings around about sexual harassment. Let us be respectful. That's what the policy is saying. We actually embrace traditional wear. Traditional wear is always welcome because you know our culture, most of our traditions are actually come up with beautiful designs which are very respectful. And those are welcome in all forum activities. Please, we've dealt with dress code extensively in the policy. Look at it, enhance it, or do anything that you think is appropriate. We even allow the headgears for religious purposes as well. We Africans, we believe a lot also in chitambala, that's what we call it in Zambia, to cover our heads in a respectful manner. That is also allowed. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a nossa oradora por esta brilhante apresentação. Portanto, já sabemos, tolerância zero para o assédio sexual e dignidade para todos. Nós ouvimos aqui a visão de duas especialistas. Ouvimos aqui as normas que podem configurar o código sobre esta matéria. Portanto, temos elementos suficientes para um bom debate, para contribuições, para comentários, porque os números são assustadores. 80% de mulheres deputadas sofreram violência psicológica e 40% de deputadas africanas foram assediadas sexualmente. Portanto, os números são assustadores. Vamos aproveitar o tempo e reservar para o debate. Estão abertas as inscrições para todos que queiram participar neste debate. Ali o quê? Aquele senhor é Congo, né? Vamos então começar com as nossas intervenções, focando-nos exatamente na reforma que nos foi proposta aqui. E vamos começar com Moçambique. Tem a palavra Moçambique.
Muito obrigada, senhora presidente desta sessão. Em primeiro lugar, quero saudar as apresentações feitas aqui pelas nossas pré-eleitoras sobre os temas em debate. É fundamental, porque pode contribuir para tornar os parlamentos da SADC espaços seguros com tolerância zero ao assédio sexual. O assédio e a violência sexual contra mulheres tem sido um mal permanente e contínuo em muitos países. Estudos mostram que parlamentares também sofrem assédio sexual no exercício do seu mandato, incluindo violência psicológica, comentários sexistas, ameaças, assédio dentro do parlamento e em interações regionais. Para os parlamentos, a lei modelo quer que o espaço parlamentar seja seguro com regras claras contra assédio entre deputados. No caso de Moçambique, o contexto do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, no seu artigo 22 do Protocolo de Gênero, adotou leis nacionais que cobrem assédio sexual. Refiro-me da Lei de Trabalho 13/2023, artigo 68, que define assédio no trabalho como comportamentos inaceitáveis que causam dano físico, psicológico, sexual ou economia, incluindo assédio com base no gênero. Código Penal, que nós também aprovamos, diz que o crime de assédio sexual, quem abusa de autoridade, função para constranger alguém a favor sexual. Moçambique adotou Lei dos Funcionários e Agentes do Estado, que possuem dispositivo que pune os assédios sexual entre funcionários no local de trabalho. Moçambique ratificou em fevereiro de 2024 a Convenção da Organização Internacional sobre Violência e Assédio no Trabalho, que visa direito a emprego digno, livre de violência e rejeita assédio nos setores públicos e privados. Define violência baseada no gênero em termos amplos e protege vítimas em todas as áreas relacionadas ao trabalho. Dizer que o protocolo da SADC sobre gênero e desenvolvimento, no seu artigo 22, Moçambique é parte e obriga a legislar contra assédio sexual em todas as esferas. E muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
Muito obrigado. Agradecemos a intervenção de Moçambique. Vamos agora passar a palavra à Namíbia. Namíbia tem a palavra, por favor.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I would like to appreciate the two presenters also. Speaking here is Nelson Tuafeni Kalangula from Namibia, Member of Parliament there. I speak with interest and, of course, with experience from the background that I'm from, the military. As you are aware that there are certain military codes there. And as a result in that setup, they work with orders as well. There is a lot of sexual harassment that takes place in that space, and they are limited so to the fact that they don't have a voice to speak. And of course, they are not allowed to protest, rightfully so, because it works on order basis to take the missions forward. And of course, in case of war situations, orders are applicable as such. But of course, as I entered also the political space, I tend to see also this behavior that comes as a result of favors, perhaps to get on the members of parliament list. That is one of the factors that also play, because one can also see that this is an abuse of power that comes into play, just to give favors to certain MPs to get into space as well. The scarcity of jobs is another factor that also gets to affect and allow this. Poverty gaps. I feel we need to do more education and awareness, starting from home, on sexual harassment, to make sure that these reports are given and the complaints are given from home, how we teach our daughters from school and how to report home. And of course, as a member of parliament, this is a good one presentation that allows us also to lead by example as we go home to apply this in our chambers as well with awareness of such policies. The factor that I want to speak most on is also fear of speaking out on truth and reality when situations as such are happening. This tendency of not speaking out more out of fear of victimization, that is perhaps something we need to elaborate more on. One thing as I conclude, I would like also to emphasize that both genders are affected by sexual harassment. It's just that the male tend to complain less for some reason. So on that note, on a lighter note, yeah, but reality stands as it is. On that note, I truly appreciate and support this policy in its whole entirety, and am looking forward to debate on it and expand on it, perhaps do amendments where some of the members are not satisfied, so we can get this issue out of the way and solved as we go forward. I thank you.
Agradecemos ao deputado da Namíbia, que nos trouxe o exemplo do Exército e nos apelou aqui à denúncia. É importante nós denunciarmos, porque de facto, às vezes, o silêncio funciona como cúmplice da própria violência. Vamos ter que pedir às nossas especialistas para fazerem um estudo para saber por que os homens não denunciam o assédio. Porque eu acho que existe assédio também nos homens, mas isso é outro estudo que temos que fazer. Obrigado, honorável deputado da Namíbia. Passamos agora a palavra a Eswatini.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity. I would really like to add Eswatini's voice on this, and I also speak as a woman and as a mother as well. We have found in previous times that issues of sexual abuse are very sensitive in nature, and you find that the victims tend to suffer a lot in terms of victimization after that and harassment, further harassment as a result of reporting this. I also do want to support the policy that has been put in place by SADC and also commend SADC for such a bold leadership step, because the statistics that we saw actually are testament to the fact that this happens in such forums. Even though I have said that, Chairperson, I do want to also say that we do not expect such in such forums, because the place at which we are is dignified and very honorable, and we do not expect such incidents. But although although I have said that, I also do want to say that as leaders within SADC, it's important for us to have such a framework and a policy guideline so that it protects us and it also demonstrates our leadership, you know, to say we have a system and a process in place to manage such incidents from happening. My question was really to say, what measures can parliaments adopt to strengthen confidential reporting systems and survivor-centered protection mechanisms and institutional accountability, particularly in circumstances where women who report harassment may subsequently experience exclusion, stigma, hostility, or retaliation from colleagues and other stakeholders within the parliamentary workspace. I know that the policy did address this, and I just wanted to highlight that that was my question. But if there are some elements of the questions that have raised have not been answered, I would really appreciate an input on that. I also thought about, you know, fundamentals. I mean, the key issues that we need to think about as we deal with this issue. We do need to establish independent, confidential, survivor-centered reporting mechanisms. And I did see also on the policy that there is an attempt to make sure that survivors are protected and that there's a sense of independence in that. And then we also need to have strong protections against retaliation, intimidation, and professional victimization, and a clear institutional policy with defined disciplinary procedures and sanctions. I did not see the disciplinary measures on that, apart from the exclusion and the where we said a parliamentarian may be banned from attending SADC. But I think we need further stringent measures to deal with that, so that would-be perpetrators are deterred from engaging in such activities. Lastly, Chairperson, I think the safety in terms of whistleblowers is also very important. If there's someone who sees harassment happening, there should be a system that allows a person to report that and for that to be really taken through the process. With that, Chairperson, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Agradecemos a intervenção de Eswatini. As nossas especialistas certamente anotaram as questões para depois responder. E tenho agora a honra de convidar a RDC para tomar a palavra.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je remercie la dame qui a parlé de harcèlement sexuel. Mais avant d'en arriver, comme elle a évoqué l'idée du constitutionnalisme, je voudrais donner un point de vue sur cette question. La doctrine actuelle insiste sur vous avez dit, l'état des droits, le respect des droits humains, mais également la gouvernance, on la met en exergue mais plutôt sur la limitation des pouvoirs, sur la séparation des pouvoirs. Vous vous rappellerez la théorie de Montesquieu sur l'esprit des lois. Il faut que les pouvoirs, on ne peut pas concevoir un constitutionnalisme sans limitation des pouvoirs à l'ère actuelle. Et ça, c'est une observation de manière générale, mais je reviens sur les cas d'harcèlement sexuel. J'évolue dans 2 milieux différents. Je suis professeur à l'université et je suis député dans ces milieux où harcèlement s'est fait fréquemment. Tout récemment, vous avez parlé, évoqué d'Ubuntu. Nous sommes africains. L'Africain a ses valeurs. Tout récemment, j'étais à Paris avec les enfants. Et mes enfants ont vu 2 hommes s'embrasser. Et mon enfant me dit, non, papa, ça, c'est un pays de Satan. Lorsqu'on veut tout, l'Africain veut tout imiter, le mimétisme occidental. Et nous amène à la dérive aujourd'hui sur les cas, vous voyez, des femmes africaines, comment elles s'habillent. Mais je connais des cas d'harcèlement au Parlement, par exemple, où je suis. Il y a notre collègue député et notre député homme qui a fait une procuration de tout son salaire, de tous ses émoluments, tous ses avantages à l'autre dame députée. Ça faisait 5 mois que la dame, sa femme ne voyait rien à la maison. Elle est venue au Parlement pour demander si on ne payait pas les députés. Alors, c'était scandaleux. On dit non, mais chaque mois, les députés sont payés. Regardez là où vraiment l'harcèlement n'est pas seulement les hommes, mais les femmes aussi harcèlent. Des cas comme ça, c'est aussi harcèlement. Et les cas que j'ai vécu à l'université, un professeur était en train de diriger un mémoire d'une étudiante. Elle faisait déjà la cour à l'étudiante. L'étudiante envers son fiancé qui ne voulait pas. Et plusieurs fois, et un dimanche, le prof lui dit non, venez au bureau, je suis là. Et la fille s'est fait accompagner de son fiancé. Ils arrivent, la fille entre au bureau du prof. Quand le prof a vu l'étudiante, il dit non, viens, je vais t'embrasser. La fille étudiante a dit non, soyez calme, je suis venu pour vous. Et le prof a enlevé le pantalon. Malheureusement, il n'avait pas fermé le bureau. Et la fille, l'étudiante, a pris les pantalons et a appelé le recteur de l'université. Et le professeur est puni aujourd'hui pendant 5 ans. Il ne va pas enseigner, on lui a retiré la charge horaire et il ne sera pas payé. Donc, des cas comme ça, je crois qu'il faut dénoncer. Donc, je voudrais insister sur cette question-là parce que l'incitation à la débauche, c'est une infraction pénale. Lorsque vous vous habillez mal là, c'est une incitation à la débauche. Merci beaucoup.
Obrigado. Uma salva de palmas ao deputado do Congo. Trouxe-nos aqui também o exemplo da universidade. Por isso temos que declarar mesmo tolerância zero a esta problemática. Vamos trabalhar nesse sentido. Vamos convidar agora para tomar a palavra a Angola.
Obrigado à apresentação. Cumprimento as preleitoras. Parabenizo o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por trazer esse tema aqui, que eu acho importante. Portanto, eu gostava de fazer também alguns comentários. Alguns já fui ultrapassada pelo senhor deputado da Namíbia, que me antecedeu. Também ouvi aqui já a própria preleitora segunda que apresentou, falou exatamente aquilo que eu gostaria de dizer, mas eu vou fazer aqui também alguns comentários. Primeiro, eu gostava de apelar ou de dizer mesmo o seguinte: quando se assume o cargo de deputado, é preciso que a pessoa saiba qual é o papel que você vai assumir. Porque nós somos representantes do povo e temos que ter um comportamento irrepreensível. Portanto, quando se vai ao parlamento, tem que se ter uma conduta, primeiro, que a pessoa deve ter ao se sentar no parlamento. Precisamos pensar nisso. Depois, a questão do assédio, muitas vezes as mulheres sofrem caladas quando são abusadas porque não encontram apoio nas outras mulheres. Quando você vai, por exemplo, reclamar para outra mulher, em vez de te apoiar, o olhar é um pouco hostil. Eu penso que precisamos também nos apoiar enquanto mulheres e fazer com que a questão da denúncia seja mesmo usada como ferramentas para evitar isso. O deputado da Namíbia disse que o assédio é de ambos os sexos. Eu concordo, que tem mesmo esse tipo de coisa. Há assédio de ambos os sexos. Mas os homens se calam, não sei se gostam ou porque têm medo de serem vistos como frouxos, né? Se calhar deve ser isso, mas precisam também denunciar. A outra coisa que eu gostava também de fazer o comentário é que, a exemplo do parlamento angolano, quando nós, parlamentares, assumimos ou tomamos posse, é sempre feito logo no início uma formação que é dada para todos os parlamentares, onde fala-se exatamente da forma da indumentária, como se vestir, evitar que se use roupas muito apertadas, no caso de nós mulheres, para não nos expormos muito em relação ao corpo, vestir roupas adequadas, mas às vezes se confunde um pouco. Nós mulheres gostamos de dizer, para eu me visto bem, não me visto mal. É preciso saber que há regras, roupas próprias para determinados lugares. Tem roupa para ir na praia, tem roupa para ir na festa, tem roupa para ir no serviço. Então, saber fazer esse tipo de comparação. E se calhar essa seria uma sugestão, o que foram parlamentares a saber que pudesse, né, adotarem que cada parlamento desse formação nos parlamentares. Uma outra coisa também que eu gostava de comentar é dizer que às vezes, nós mulheres, quando somos assediadas, passamos de vítimas, passamos até a ser vistas, não sei até qual é o termo que eu usaria. Porque quando você se manifesta que foi assediada, o que nós ouvimos normalmente, não, foi sem querer. Não era isso que eu fiz. Quer dizer que quando você quer até denunciar que foi assediada, o assediador, ele próprio passa-se de vítima. E isso muitas vezes acontece. Então, eu gostava de, mais uma vez, reforçar que precisamos, sim, denunciar os assédios, que eles podem ser, muitas vezes, físicos, até às vezes com o olhar e com gestos. Então, eu submeto a isso porque não podemos mesmo tolerar. Tolerância zero. É preciso ter respeito e saber principalmente que você é deputado ou deputada, não tem que vir a um parlamento para assediar ninguém. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Angola. Estamos aqui a incentivar a cultura da denúncia, homens e mulheres. Denunciar. Passamos agora a palavra ao deputado do Zimbábue.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I would like to thank the two presenters for their insightful presentations on SEER, responsive governance and the development of the SADC-PF sexual harassment policy. Madam Chair, these presentations came at a very important time as our region seeks to strengthen the integrity, safety, and professionalism of parliamentary institutions. The proposed policy is commendable because it establishes a clear zero-tolerance framework against sexual harassment and abuse while promoting dignity, respect, confidentiality, non-retaliation, and accountability across all SADC-PF activities. Importantly, Madam Facilitator, the policy protects both women and men, as well as parliamentary and secretariat staff at all levels, thereby helping to create safe, inclusive, and professional parliamentary space in the SADC region. In Zimbabwe, we particularly welcome this policy because Parliament has already made significant strides in promoting gender-sensitive and safe parliamentary environments through the active work of the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus, as well as the strong leadership of the He for She champion our Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Advocate Jacob Francis Zida Mulimo Mudenda, with the support of the President of the Senate. We therefore view this policy as an important regional benchmark that advances the values and human rights, equality, and good governance. I shall submit.
Obrigado, honorável deputada do Zimbábue. Convidamos agora a África do Sul.
Thank you. Oh, it's Song.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Let me also express my appreciation from the presentation as made by the two presenters. The first one, Chairperson, correctly so the numbers do not lie. I would want to get a sense in terms of the 15 member states of SADC. Whether the question of prevalence within the 15 member states, can we say that there is such an issue of sexual harassment within SADC PF? This is important because as part of the audit committee, one of our responsibilities to manage the internal audit annual plan. And obviously we categorize this risk as high, medium, and low. So therefore the issue of absence of sexual harassment policy as a risk, I think it's quite an area I suspect that we need to look into. But it will be important just to get a sense from the team as to whether the absence of such a policy can indeed be a risk in terms of key risk areas that we are confronting and managing and mitigating. The second one relates to the third one relates to basically the effort on the part of SADC Parliamentary Forum anti-sexual harassment policy to effectively balance zero tolerance, victim protection, the due process and parliamentary privilege to create a safe, accountable, and enforceable framework across diverse member states. That is quite important just to get a sense whether does this policy address these issues around balance zero tolerance on victim protection, the due process, and also the need to ensure that we have an enforceable framework across diverse member states. Thank you.
Novamente a palavra para o deputado da África do Sul, por favor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Indeed, you know, it's so, I won't say it's a coincidence that we are discussing this matter now. I just went out for about almost an hour. You know, there was someone who was at the reception. His boy child was raped by 3 white boys at school. Now, you know, we've been talking about this issue of, you know, sexual harassment in many forums. And I think as SADC, we need, I support my colleagues as well, that we need to focus as well and have some policies which will guide us as well how to deal with these matters. Because it's not an easy matter that you can regulate morality or ethics. It's not an easy thing. Because as adults, as we are sitting here, if there are those who are doing so, I would support as well that if need be, their countries must be informed and they must be banned. There should be a harsh, this consequence management has to be seen to be done. You know, I don't want to speak much about this matter because it pains me to see that adults can really misbehave. You know, hence I'm saying it's a difficult matter because, you know, for us to say we will put policies on how should one behave, it's really very, very, very difficult. So for me, I'm saying what you've presented here is mouthful, and indeed it needs to be implemented. You know, I had to cry when this man was telling me what happened, that the police are even ignoring him. You know, because the boys the boy who was raped, young boy, he's been threatened with death. So I'm a bit emotional about this matter when we are discussing this issue of rape, you know, because it's prevalent. And it looks like most of the time victims are not catered for. Thank you, Chair.
Obrigado. Convidamos agora o Botswana para tomar a palavra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 points to raise, but let me thank the 2 presenters. I think their topics are intertwined, so maybe we are like taking one at once. But Madam Chair, the last presenter mentioned the 3 judges according to the composition, but she just talked about 2. I don't know if it was an error not to mention the 3 as it was written. The second one is, when you talk about the dual track reporting architecture under the informal procedure and formal procedure, under bullet 4, you talked about not to report doesn't mean no one will listen or the complaint cannot report. That is bullet 4. It says failure does not preclude formal complaint. And then when you go to formal procedure, you talked about the 2-year limitation period under IPU aligned. Madam Chair, I feel this is too small, the 2-year limitation, because internalizing shock as a culprit is very different and it's taking time. It's a long process to internalize that you were raped, you were harassed, you were beaten. By the time you recover, 2 years is over before you can go and report. So I feel as SADC, we are limiting ourselves. So why can't we just let it open? Let it open lifetime, because no one will know when she will or he will recuperate to go and report. Thank you.
Obrigado, Botswana, pela sua contribuição. Convidamos agora o ilustre deputado da República Democrática do Congo.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Je commence d'abord par remercier les intervenants qui ont fait une présentation très, très importante et très appréciée. Je vais intervenir sur 2 ou 3 petits points. Le premier, c'est que, sans pour autant le dire clairement, mais les discussions ici, c'est comme si elles tournaient autour de l'harcèlement sexuel dont sont victimes les femmes. Alors que...
Excusez-moi, monsieur. Interpretation, we are off. English to French is not there. On what number? But here we didn't have.
It's sorted, yes, okay. Yeah, it's sorted now.
Ok, je réponds en disant que je commence par féliciter les intervenants qui ont fait une présentation bien académique et appréciée. Mais je commence par poser le postulat dans ce sens que En intervenant ici, c'est comme si nous parlons des violences ou harcèlements sexuels dont sont victimes seulement les femmes. Heureusement que la présidente a souligné un tout petit peu quand elle parlait tout à l'heure. Donc, les hommes, tout comme les femmes, peuvent être tous victimes de harcèlement sexuel. Ça, c'est le postulat que j'ai commencé d'abord par poser. Le deuxième point sur lequel je vais intervenir, c'est que nous devons tous travailler dans le cadre de la lutte contre les harcèlements sexuels, nous devons nous pencher aussi sur des sanctions sévères. Et ça peut jouer à la réserve ou à la diminution des cas de violence ou de harcèlement sexuel. Mais seulement, il faudrait aussi qu'on tienne compte de provocation. Je suis avocat de profession. En droit, au système romano-germanique, il y a un principe qui dit « nemo auditur turpitudinem suam allegans ». Donc, nul ne peut se prévaloir de sa propre turpitude. Vous ne pouvez pas être provocateur du harcèlement sexuel et vous constituer en victime du harcèlement sexuel. Il faut que, en pensant pour lutter contre les harcèlements sexuels, qu'on puisse aussi protéger les victimes de la provocation du harcèlement sexuel. J'en arrive au harcèlement sexuel ou aux luttes contre les harcèlements sexuels pour dire que mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, a fait des avancées totalement significatives dans ce cas ici. Et il y a eu quand même quelques innovations dans mon pays, notamment l'application des mobiles de dénonciation. Dans mon pays, il y a ce système qui est mis en place pour permettre à quiconque de pouvoir dénoncer de manière anonyme, même sans pour autant dire que c'est X, Y personne, mais dénoncer quand même les cas de violence ou harcèlement sexuel. Il y a aussi le système des numéros verts, c'est-à-dire que quand vous êtes victime du harcèlement sexuel, vous pouvez appeler gratuitement au numéro vert pour pouvoir dénoncer. Il y a une cellule qui est mise en place, une cellule pour l'écoute numérique et physique avec les bureaux d'accompagnement pour accompagner les victimes de harcèlement sexuel. Et l'intelligence artificielle s'est fait inviter aussi, dans ce sens qu'il y a des analyses de plaintes afin de détecter les zones à haut risque ou les zones très sensibles. Et il y a aussi les systèmes de boutons qui sont reliés à la police pour pouvoir dénoncer les violences sexuelles. Et aussi la formation obligatoire et les clubs anti-harcèlement. Ce sont là les innovations qui sont mises en place dans mon pays pour pouvoir lutter contre les harcèlements sexuels. Et je vais intervenir pour terminer par là avec la peur ou la crainte de dénonciation. Je l'ai dit dans l'entame que les hommes, tout comme les femmes, peuvent être victimes du harcèlement sexuel, mais les premières personnes qui ont peur de dénoncer les harcèlements sexuels sont les hommes. Par ces mécanismes comment je peux appeler ça, d'un complexe de supériorité. Les hommes se voient beaucoup plus supérieurs par rapport aux femmes et une fois qu'ils sont victimes du harcèlement sexuel, ils se réservent de dénoncer cela. Et aussi, les femmes, surtout les femmes mariées, se réservent aussi de dénoncer par peur ou par crainte de l'inconnu. Je ne sais pas ce qui va m'arriver si je dénonce les harcèlements sexuels. Et les harcèlements sexuels, nous les voyons dans les milieux les plus sensibles, comme les universités, comme la fonction publique, comme les entreprises publiques et tant d'autres. Donc, les mécanismes ici qui sont mis en place peuvent être partagés comme nous les faisons ici, et je l'encourage, pour que chaque pays membre de la SADC puisse pouvoir les mettre en place afin de lutter contre ce harcèlement sexuel. Je vous remercie.
Agradecemos a sua intervenção e as contribuições. Temos mais uma intervenção de Moçambique. Faça favor, senhor deputado.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente desta sessão. Caros colegas, muito boa tarde. Primeiro, eu queria, com a vossa permissão, queria saber dos nossos palestrantes que esses dados do 80% de assédio psicológico nos parlamentos africanos, de acordo com o relatório produzido por União Interparlamentar, terão feito estudos também de outras regiões do mundo ou para poder perceber qual é o gráfico nesses outros países, porque também seria importante também para a nossa apreciação. E, em segundo lugar, queria também saber da última palestrante, quando dizia que deveria, havendo caso desta natureza, deveria se criar um tribunal com os juízes mais velhos, aqueles reformados, que o tribunal deveria ser constituído por 2 homens e uma mulher. E atendendo que a maior parte dos que sofrem o assédio são mulheres, eu propunha que fosse 2 juízas mulheres e um homem, para poder dar equilíbrio, para poder dar mais força a este tribunal, se for o caso. E mais adiante, eu queria, concordando ainda com a proposta, queria acrescentar o seguinte, se me permitir, que o presente protocolo é aplicável para homens vítimas de assédio sexual com as devidas adaptações. Quer dizer, não poderá haver um outro protocolo para os homens, mas este mesmo protocolo, havendo situações idênticas, o homem também poderá dirigir ao mesmo tribunal e ser resolvido o seu caso. Isso que eu queria acrescentar. Mas antes de terminar mesmo, queria, se me permitir, sem ofender opiniões, eu me recordo, há anos atrás, quando a nossa cantora sul-africana, Miriam Makeba, fazia 50 anos de carreira, ela disse o seguinte: se os homens movem o mundo para frente, as mulheres movem o mundo para trás. Fim da citação. O meu muito obrigado.
Obrigado, senhor deputado, pela sua contribuição. Vamos à última intervenção do Zimbábue. Já falaram 2. Então, terminamos essa ronda de intervenções. Vamos fazer agora um intervalo. Voltamos aqui às 15 horas. Temos mais uma intervenção do deputado Madikizela. Peço desculpas. Tem a palavra, ilustre deputado.
No, thank you, Chair. I was not planning to speak, but I was provoked by the issue of the dress code. And on a very serious point on this matter, we can't make excuses for perverts. Now, who prescribes the dress code for women? Look, I have no problem when you teach your girl child how to wear and how to look, but I have a problem when we use it as an excuse for perverts to violate our women. Now, Nelson from Namibia said we should speak to our daughters. No, we should speak to our sons. Now, the issue here for me is that we can't be telling women how to wear. We should tell our sons to restrain themselves and teach them how to respect women. You know, as I as I conclude, I've been a member of this body now for 2 years. And I am surrounded by beautiful women. Beautiful women. But I've restrained myself. It's self-discipline. So that is what we should be teaching men. Not to make women, honestly, not to instruct women how to wear and how to look. So that's the point I wanted to make, because I was just provoked by this issue of the dress code.
Thank you, honorable members. The food is getting cold. We will come back after 2, but just for context, Honorable Madikizela, the issue of the dress code was not meant to say it's a consequence of sexual harassment. We were requested, if you recall, in Durban, by the plenarists, there were issues about somebody wearing a hat, so we're requested to integrate a dress code in there. But I guess the 2 resource persons will deal with it, but not for it to be seen as though it was included to constrain women or restrict women, not at all. Thank you. Just one.
Obrigada, secretária-geral, por esta contribuição. Vamos fazer intervalo para o almoço. Voltamos aqui às 15 horas para obtermos as respostas das nossas especialistas. Desejo aos ilustres deputados e a todos bom apetite para o almoço. E às 15 horas voltarmos a ver-nos aqui. Obrigado.
Pap, I saw Nsima. Okay, honourable members, I would like to hand over to the chair. But let's kindly take our seats so that the chair may proceed accordingly. There were a lot of interesting interventions, and we need to now take it in. As indicated, may we kindly look at the policy as the responses are given. You'll still have an opportunity to give us feedback. We'll give you a deadline because it has to be adopted in Seychelles so that we get the feedback and then integrate it. Chair? I think the chair is ready. If you are ready, she will proceed. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora secretária-geral. Muito boa tarde, ilustres deputados. Espero que tenham tido um bom almoço e vamos agora reservar para o tempo que nos falta a ouvirmos as respostas das nossas especialistas. Devemos todos estar ávidos em ouvir as respostas delas, então vamos reservar este tempo para as nossas especialistas e acho que vamos começar pela diretora executiva. Tem a palavra, por favor.
Obrigada, senhorita. Good afternoon. This isn't the greatest of time of day, but I will try and keep you engaged and awake. Thank you, honorables. So, with the permission of your esteemed and August House and of the chair, I have 7 points to share as my parting shot. And this is really in response to what you submitted as honorables from the different member states. First of all, there is an honorable from South Africa who said he was emotional. Thank you. We must be emotional. It is sad, but he really, I think the whole crux of a SIA response is based on how emotional one is. But of course, you have to also have the evidence to back that emotionality. When the issue becomes emotional, when it touches the heart, the spirit, and makes one uncomfortable, then as honorable MPs, you'll be able to arise and execute your mandates in ending, not just preventing SIA. Several honorables asserted that SIA is not just about women and girls. Thank you for that. And you may kindly recall when I began earlier on, I said SIA is gender-based violence, which means every gender. So it is human on human. As long as you're human and are violated within a sexual context by another human, it is SIA. So it was really enlightening and I must say, for me, exciting to hear the depth of analysis that you have as honorables. And I believe that depth of analysis that you have and appreciation is going to contribute to the policy that was shared by Madame Eva on behalf of SADC PF being successful once it's passed and it's operationalized. Honorable Monsieur from DRC, I think he's not in, gave some examples, real life examples of SIA. And there were some giggles, chuckles in the room. It's a natural reaction, but something that we can role model is to not jovialize SIA issues. There was a concern from honorable, I think, Angola and other member states. Why are men or boys not reporting? when they experience Sia, because they will be laughed at. You know this better than me, because of masculinity issues. Honorable from Namibia, thank you for bringing your military element in, and he spoke about Sia being a power issue. It creates power imbalance. And men are expected to be strong. Men don't cry, okay? These are some of the toxic masculinities that have underpinned several cultures, even faiths. It's not just Africa. I'm part African, part Middle Eastern. It's also in other areas. So to address Sia, we have to break those power imbalances and break those toxic masculinities and those wrong perceptions. If a man feels safe, I will not be laughed at. I will not be diminished. I will not be told you are not man enough. That's why a woman could force you. Of course, he's not going to report. But I will tell you, science has shown that when men continue to hide or hold back and not report that they've been sexually violated, in many, it creates aggression, depression, taking life, and a lot of negative things, and it destroys their lives as much as it destroys the lives of women. So giggling is okay here and there, but the more we are conscious, then our communities will also not laugh about it. And then we create a conducive environment. When a conducive environment is established, then reporting will come forth. So a policy is a good first step, but the environment is created by what you say to your communities. Some of you gave examples of how you clamp down and you speak to your communities to create a safe space so that anyone who has either been violated or knows of someone violated can report. The issue of reporting and delayed reporting is something I just wanted to hint at. It's one thing to wait for someone to be comfortable to report. But it's another that if reporting sometimes is delayed, the physical evidence. Remember, Sia also includes rape, right? Sexual abuse includes rape. It's just that we haven't necessarily used that term today. And if the physical evidence is removed, washed away, and so forth, it becomes a little bit difficult, if not very difficult, as you know, lawyers in this room will attest to get legal recourse. So as you are crafting reporting mechanisms, keep those clinical or medical considerations in place to create a space that reporting can be done at least within the first 72 hours. The best would be within the first 24 hours, because enough evidence and even recollection can be gathered to enable justice, if indeed there was a genuine Sia case. So that is on reporting. Two honorables spoke about self-discipline, and I'm so happy that it came from you as honorables, because I did not wear this doek today because I was talking about Sia and I wanted to emulate to you a dignified, culturally appropriate woman. I wore it because my long hair was too difficult to design. So I just said, hi, I have no time, I'm going to be late, and I threw the doek on. I want to emphasize that because, you know, it just happened to be a coincidence. Thank you for reminding us there is no excuse for abuse. A miniskirt is not an excuse. Many of you, I'm sure, have known cases where police have turned to a sex worker who has come to report rape and said, "Ah, the way you are dressed, what do you expect? Actually, I should go also with you." These are not uncommon. These are not uncommon. At least I'm aware of them for 2 decades from 2 countries that I have operated in these matters anyway. So, yes, we all know that one would want to dress appropriately. I love how Señorita Honorable from Angola says, if you're going to the beach, you show it all. And if you go in front of the Pope, well, you kind of align with the Pope's Vatican rules. You know, I think that's basic etiquette. But it's really important to balance that versus moralizing. Because the moment we bring in one excuse for abuse, it opens the door to every other excuse. Hey, she was making good food for me. Then she invited me to her room. Then he also just put his hand on my back. Every time he talks to me, his hand is on my back. You see, excuse after excuse. The more excuses we allow, the more we are not going to be able to address Sia. I don't need to convince you. You are more mature, more seasoned than me in many ways in the journey of life. So you understand. One excuse opens the door to many excuses. So we have to have balance. How many of you have seen the emoji or the sign for justice? It's balanced scales, isn't it? The symbol for justice. It's balanced scales. Even if you go on your WhatsApp, you type in justice, it will show you the balanced scales. That is what honorable members of parliament and institution of parliament and its organ stands for, justice. So it's justice everywhere. We balance very deep-rooted tradition and religion with the way of the world in this century. It's balance. And then it becomes healthy rather than doing extremes. I will come here with my mini skirt because it's my right. Versus if I'm around men, I have to only have long sleeves and cover up. There's always got to be moderation. And that's the fundamental of justice. Just making sure that I cover points because I have OCD. If I don't cover it, I will start poking somebody here and saying. So I believe that's all I wanted to submit for your consideration. Statistics. Thank you. I believe Honorable from Mozambique, Senor Obrigado. Thank you for pushing us to speak to African-based statistics. Now, the statistics that were presented by Madame Eva and from the SADC-PF include African-based statistics. And I want to add on to those statistics. And these are statistics from the past, from 2020 to 2024. Within Africa, 9%, and that's a lot, have been exposed to sextortion. That's sextortion, where you are exploited for sex of women and girls. And between 67 and 78%, just in these few years within our region, have been exposed to sexual abuse psychologically, including harassment using mobile phone. You know, this is the tool that's used now, huh? Hey, looking hot, hey, this, then you start sending pictures to someone and so forth. And 39% sexual violence. That's a lot. That is a lot. And those are facts. We respect you as honorables. We respect you, we honor you, and we can only come. I'm from civil society. I can only come in front of you and give you the truth so that you can make the correct decisions and not inflate figures. So those are facts and those are realities. I commend this August House for really taking this matter so seriously. And thank you. Merci, obrigada.
Nós é que agradecemos à diretora executiva e vamos agora reservar um momento para a consultora Eva Yala. Tem a palavra, por favor.
Thank you, ma'am, Chairman. My colleague has done a good job. She's done a general presentation. So I'll just go to more specific issues arising from the policy, since she's done so well in tackling the general issues. Let me first make a general comment, which was running through most of your debate, which I'm very touched, I must say, that the presentations were so heartfelt. I could see that most of the men actually related to these issues. They related to them, and most of the speakers were men on the floor. And maybe, was it my colleague over there in South Africa who said, we should tell them to speak to their sons. No, speak to both of them. Both of them, because both can actually come into this very terrible scourge. When a woman is aggressive, sometimes a man can't speak. They get so shocked, they just succumb. And we've seen it. We've seen that happening. So now it applies to both. And the policy is very, very clear as to the application. It's in Article 3. The scope of application is to both gender, both. So it applies to a man and it applies to a woman, okay? Let's now go to a specific comment made by Mozambique, although it was more generalized as to the laws, Thank you very much. This is also to all of you for commending what we have presented to you. Yes, I agree with Mozambique that we need laws across SADC which will amplify this policy. We need laws so strong that as you come to SADC PF, that is already in your mind, that criminal sanctions apply to your national jurisdictions. And we hope, as, let me see the persons who brought this up. One delegate actually said that he hopes, I've got so many notes here. He hopes, I think it's DRC here. He hopes that this policy penetrates throughout the SADC region. And that's the whole intention. When you start as a regional forum or parliament and come up with such policies and model laws, they eventually penetrate all 15 member states. And they go further to the rest of Africa, I can assure you. My experience with both your model laws has been fantastic. The SADC model laws are now being replicated in West Africa, in East Africa. They phone me and ask me, can you make a presentation on this and that? It's because the nature of your laws ensure that any country can actually adopt them and make them theirs. So SADC PF has been doing a fantastic job, and I must congratulate you for now transiting into a parliament. You deserve it. Very, very much. I'm very, very happy, yes. And then let me touch also on Eswatini. The question of retaliation and evidentiary rules. Very good comment. Yes, I must say The policy does deal with it in Article 4 as a guiding principle and further amplifies this issue in Article 6, Article 16 under confidentiality and non-retaliation. It goes into great details. So I would commend you to that, and please just look at it and see if it doesn't satisfy you, and then please come back to us. As the SG said, this is just the first draft, the zero draft. So we are waiting for you as member states to input into it so we can improve on it and make it stronger, so that we actually achieve our objective as a zero tolerance institution to sexual harassment. Then, which one is this? Oh, this is an interesting one from DRC. The question of constitutionalism. I love this topic, I teach it. And you ask specifically on the human rights, rule of law, good governance, and separation of powers. Yes, as a lawyer, as you rightly said, the rule of law, equality principles were actually promoted by Dicey, an Englishman. But when you look at it very closely, he was referring to the Parliament of England, the sovereignty issue of a Parliament of England, okay? We took it up, and the commission in Delhi, the Delhi Commission, as we call it, if you recall, is it in 1956, if I remember the dates? They actually amplified on it and looked at the issue of separation of power, the doctrine of equality and everything. And they put the rules very straight. Yes, we do respect the separation of powers, but criminality is a national issue. So if you commit an offense under SADC PF, which is also a criminal offense in your home parliaments or home jurisdictions, the policy is very clear that these can be referred to the national authorities and to your parliament for further procedures. So the law is very specific in Article 3 that the jurisdiction of those authorities are not ousted by this policy. So I hope I've answered you. I don't want to go too much into the Dicey theory and the Delhi Commission. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole night talking about that. Then another interesting issue is the issue of provocation. I think it's very, very serious. And maybe we need to amplify it a little bit more in the policy, especially false complaints. Where they want to trap, for example, I'm not saying the women are the only one, even the men, they do it. But when a woman wants to trap a man and she succeeds, but then acts the victim, that needs to be taken very seriously. Although the policy does deal with false accusations, maybe we need to relook at it and strengthen it. Make it absolutely clear that the penalty for false accusation must be severe because it deals with reputational damage. The act has already occurred. Some people will believe, others will say, maybe, maybe not. But your reputation is already dented. I'm just going to specifics. This one is Mozambique. No, okay, I skipped Eswatini. But I'll deal with Eswatini and Mozambique together because it's on the Independent Committee of Judges. Okay, the judges on the committee are 3. When it goes now to the plenary for appointment, if you look at the article, we want to ensure gender balance. So one must be a man, one must be a woman. The other one, it can be either or. But I've taken seriously the comment made that at least let the two be women and the one be a man. But when the policy applies, I know sexual harassment is more leaning towards men harassing women. That's why it's put the way it is, it's balanced. So either way, they can be either two or can be one at any one time. But they must be three. Is this what's clear now? It wasn't a mistake. The other one was to ensure the gender balance. But as I said again, it's up to you. This is your policy. You can either increase or decrease, whichever way you think will be more effective. I think I've dealt with all the specific issues.
The Botswana one.
The Botswana one. Okay, let's see. You know, this is my paper where we've gone to this side and this one. Okay, I can see Botswana. 3 judges, not an error. I've dealt with that. And that's, you look at Article 1 and Article 17.1 and 17.2, then you get the answer. Then the due sexual harassment goes to issue the exigency of an informal, or the issue of the informal. That's the one, right? Botswana. The issue of the informal, not the exigency of, okay. No, all sexual harassment, most of the offenses dealing with sexual harassment are serious ones. So if you go to the formal procedure in the policy, you find those are a must. It has to go through the formal procedure. The other less issues like harassment, because if you look at this policy, it deals with both harassment and sexual harassment. Example where I'm speaking like this, then some male, maybe they say, also that one, her voice is so squeaky. She's even talking nonsense. Yes, that can go through an informal thing. But it is harassment, but it's not sexual harassment. Or you comment on my headgear, she looks like a monkey. That also can go informal or formal. So there are 2 lines, if you read them very, very carefully. The issue of limitation, that's the most serious one. The 2-year limitation period, I agree with you. It could take time for someone to come out of the closet. So I was suggesting, and I had a little chat with SG and said, maybe 5 years. We leave it to run for 5 years. Or you can suggest an alternative limitation period. But we must be aware, why we wanted a shorter period is to guard the evidence and ensure the witnesses, if available, will still be there. You know, these days of our life. So that's why we wanted a shorter period for it to be dealt with quickly. The exigency of time, I think, becomes very important here. In such serious accusations, we can't leave it to lag. But it's really, and the term of the members also. They'll leave, we won't be able to find them, and things like that. But it's really up to you. I think seriously consider it, debate it, and you can come back to us and we can put the most appropriate limitation period. Okay. I think I've dealt with everything now, unless someone reminds me. There should be 2 women and 1 man. Yeah. Yes, they're reminding me that it was actually Mozambique who recommended 2 women and 1 male. But as I said, it's can be both. So it's up to you to debate it and come up with the correct combination that you think will be more effective in these cases. I'll wait for your instructions in this manner. So I hope I've covered the specific, whereas my colleague there has covered nearly all the general issues that you raised. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Houve aqui uma questão que foi colocada relativamente ao Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Eu vou convidar a secretária-geral do Fórum para dar a devida resposta. Faz favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that the approval of a policy such as this one will naturally also affect many other policies that we operate under as the forum. And therefore, our tracking tools will have to adapt, including the Risk Management Committee and any other, the Human Resource Subcommittee, the Legal Subcommittee, even the Plenary Assembly. We may request the drafter somehow to also assist us in terms of how do we track incidents of or any other so that we report on this if the Risk Committee wishes to do so. The other issue was responded to in terms of statistics and whether or not at the forum we can speak of any percentages. We have not been tracking that, so we don't have data, but there have been occurrences that have been reported, and such a policy will not allow anyone to be found to have swept it under the carpet or not dealt with it efficiently simply because there's no framework that guides how we treat and deal with these matters. So I think it's a very good protective feature that will be progressive in the organization. Lastly, just to say that the Secretariat itself, we have long had a sexual harassment policy for the Secretariat for staff. And therefore, this adds on and augments. Recently, the internal auditor also looked at it to strengthen the language and ensure that there's no room for any ambiguity in terms of doing, particularly around protection and many others. The issue of conflict that was raised, I think the internal auditor also raised that and submitted a few amendments for us to strengthen the policy, which has been done. Lastly, we have just also paid for a hotline, an anonymous hotline, which is not monitored by ourselves. I think we'll also have further discussions in terms of how we look at any other, because the policy also dictates those protections for reporting, among others. So it is an investment worth making. And of course, it will be an agenda for the Executive Committee to report on through the Audit and Risk Committee or any other committee. Otherwise, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think those were the ones that were related to the SADC Secretariat, SADC PF Secretariat. Thank you.
Agradecemos à nossa secretária-geral por este contributo. Vamos agradecer também às nossas duas especialistas, que certamente deixaram-nos aqui lições muito importantes. Agradecemos também as vossas contribuições. Agora temos trabalho de casa para fazer, porque enquanto parlamentares, nós temos três funções: a função de representação, a função legislativa e a função fiscalizadora. E é no âmbito destas três funções que nós devemos trabalhar, criar leis rigorosas para que, de facto, possamos combater este fenômeno. As nossas especialistas trouxeram-nos aqui uma norma muito importante e nós agregamos algumas contribuições a esta norma certamente na nossa mente ficaram gravadas algumas palavras. Tolerância zero para o assédio e o assédio sexual. Os parlamentares devem ser modelo, devem ser um exemplo. Portanto, a bola, como se costuma dizer, está do nosso lado. Temos que ajudar aqui a criar ambientes profissionais respeitosos e livres do assédio sexual e do assédio. Eu penso que as nossas duas especialistas merecem mais uma forte salva de palmas. Termina então aqui a minha responsabilidade neste painel. Uma vez mais, agradeço as vossas contribuições e agradecemos também as nossas duas especialistas e a nossa secretária-geral. Obrigada pela oportunidade.
Thank you, Chair. May we also kindly congratulate the chair was voted in as the new Human and Social Development and Special Programs Chairperson. With the Vice Chairperson being the Democratic Republic of Congo, may we kindly congratulate them. As we end at this point, another round of applause as they walk away, our resource persons, and we'll now move on to ending our joint session. I'll invite the Director of Programs and Parliamentary Business to assist us with the finalities for this particular session. Thank you, honorable members. You've been present and really very proud of your interventions.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, and thank you, honorable members. While we are allowing our resource persons to vacate the high table, we are going to go into the Mentimeter, and I invite the ICT colleague, Ronald, please make the announcement, and then our M&E colleagues will take us through the entire Mentimeter process. And honorable members, take out your phones.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, honorable members. So just like we did yesterday, we are once again doing the post event survey, and we are going to do it the same way we did yesterday. And I'm so glad yesterday it went very well. So today I'm expecting that it will still go very well. So it's the same method we've used. We would like you to scan the QR code that is on the screen, and we'll be working around to support and give help to and assistance to who need some assistance. Sure, can help. Or do you want to read the questions? Yeah. So while we are connecting, I just want to give you heads up that the The survey is just going to be very similar to what we did yesterday, with a difference of some few questions of us evaluating the engagement that we've had for the past 2 days, or 3 days rather. So it's really quite to be very similar to what we did yesterday. And maybe what we can do different this time is, since we've been sitting, if you'd like to do it standing, it's entirely up to you, just to exercise and let some blood flow. So it's entirely up to you, however you'd like to do it. It looks like the majority of us are set. So should we start? No, we are not. Okay, I'll give us a bit of time to get, oh, you've already started. Okay, all right, that's good. So basically, like I mentioned, the first part is your participant profile, your country, your organization type, the role, years of experience in governance and rule of law. I think that is pretty straightforward. Gender. What I would like to go through with you is section B, which is a bit more shortened and summarized in on our devices. The question would like to elaborate on, so that it's clear to you, is how would you rate your understanding on the role of parliamentarians in advocating for empowerment of women, persons with disability, and youth in politics and political decision-making in the SADC region? And then we have the various categories to choose. How would you rate your understanding on the challenges in promoting women's meaningful participation in politics? And how familiar are you with the AU protocol on the rights of persons with disabilities? How familiar are you with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities? How would you rate your understanding on institutional mechanism for youth engagement, intergenerational dialogue to integrate youth perspective in governance? I will stop there for now, and then I will continue once you have tackled those. So I'm just elaborating in case questions are too short and they are not quite clear to you. Continuing, do you think the model law on prison oversight will assist oversight role of parliamentarians? And there are the answers yes, no, not sure. How would you rate your understanding on the empowerment of women, persons with disabilities, and youth in political decision-making in the SADC region? And then there are various options for you to choose from. How would you rate your understanding? How would you rate your understanding on institutional mechanism for youth engagement, intergenerational dialogue to integrate youth perspective in governance? Do you believe the anti-sexual harassment policy will be a value addition to SADC PF? Overall, how well would you rate? This is now us rating our experience on the participation in the past 3 days we've been sitting here. Overall, how would you rate the stakeholder engagement at this joint standing committee? The stakeholder engagement objectives were met, and then you provide your answer: strongly agree, disagree, neutral, agree, strongly disagree, strongly agree. How your understanding on advocacy for effective domestication and implementation of SADC protocol for democratic and inclusive governance improved. Then you tell us if there was no change, slight improvement, moderate improvement, or significant improvement. And then we go into the quality of engagement. Stakeholder views were adequately considered. Engagement was inclusive of diverse perspective in terms of gender and institution-wise. Facilitation of discussions was effective. I'll stop there for now. And then the last two questions are really about your opinion about this engagement. What do you think worked well during this engagement? The positive things that are the highlights of this engagement, in your opinion. And the last question, we are gauging your feedback in terms of what could be improved. What are the areas of improvement which we can learn from for us to do better next time? And that is the last question. I will allow you to do those two last questions. And once you are done, we have completed the exercise. I would like to thank you for participating in these two exercises. I hope it was not too strenuous, because it's quite important for us to get and gather this information for programming, for improving our programming and moving forward with our work. Thank you very much. Over to you, Director.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Honorable members, let's give them a round of applause. Madam Chair, this is the only time when I see politicians who vote and are not interested in the results. You are being made to vote for the second time. You have not seen the result of the first round. In simple terms, we are saying Deutalala and Jacob, we want to see the results. Ronald, am I safe? Okay. We want to see the results of the voting in the near future. So apparently, talk about voting, there were 3 colleagues who started discussing elections, and one said, where I come from, we have improved so much that in 72 hours, we already have the results of the election that we have run. Then the other colleague said, us, we have done better than you. in 48 hours we have the results. Then the other one said, ah, no, that's nothing. In our country, before we vote, we know the results. I shall not name the countries. Thank you very much, Madam SG and Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable members, we are moving towards conclusion. And to do that, we are going into our closing session. And the closing session, we will have remarks from the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Madam Boyema Sehoma. Then we'll also have closing remarks by the chair of the session, the newly elected chairperson of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs Committee, Honorable Luisa Damiao Santos. At this juncture, I have the pleasure of inviting Madam SG to deliver her remarks.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, honorable members. Good afternoon yet again. Kindly allow me to start with announcements before I give my remarks. Honorable members, it's with profound sorrow and deep regret that we announce the passing of the husband of the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas Isaacs, Mr. Thomas Isaacs, on the 4th of May, 2026. That is why the Honorable Vice President is not with us. As you are well aware, she's always attending all our sessions. This sad bereavement is the reason for her absence, honorable members, from this committee session. On another sad note, that is Mr. Isaacs, honorable members. Yes. On another sad note, honorable members, we announce the passing of Dr. Jabulile Sisana Malaza on the 11th of April, 2026, the Director of Research in the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Dr. Malaza was a distinguished former staff member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat and a long-serving desk officer who made a significant contribution to parliamentary capacity building, regional cooperation, and democratic governance. She also served with distinction as a researcher for the SADC Parliamentary Forum Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights, HIV and AIDS and Governance Project in the Kingdom of Eswatini. On behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the Parliament and the people of the Republic of South Africa and the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as to the families and friends of the departed, and to all those whose lives they touched. May their soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, may I kindly invite you to rise for a moment of silence in honor of the departed. Thank you. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, as I transition, I would also like to make another announcement. Today is the birthday of Honorable Karin, and I guess you will join me in wishing her well. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Honorable Karina. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Happy birthday to you.
Where's the cake?
That one, where is the question coming from? May you kindly buy that cake. Okay, such is life, honorable members. May God continue to bless your steps and give you more wisdom as you. Thank you very much. Is that not sexism? Okay, honorable members, allow me now to transition. I've been tasked to give remarks at the end of this joint session. I will not repeat the protocol that has been established at the beginning of the session, save to note that honorable chairpersons and deputy chairpersons of all the standing committees, thank you for your participation and presence. Our partners from civil society organizations, from the UN, from parliaments, including our distinguished resource persons, thank you so much. And let me also recognize our young people, our youth who are among us, and colleagues of the SADC PF Secretariat and from national parliaments, including media who have joined us today and those who are online. On our members, as we draw the curtains to a close on this joint session, I wish to applaud and pay tribute to your various contributions on the ongoing deliberations, which demonstrate your innate interest and your willingness to advance interparliamentary cooperation. In this regard, I wish to refer to certain quick pointers and takeaways as we close. First, we have witnessed firsthand that consistency in the rule-based approach to law is vital. Either we believe in rules or not. And if we do, then the rules need to be enforced. As a consequence, if rules are to be enforced, they should be enforced universally for all, leaving no one behind, since rules by definition are of general application. Honorable members, if the rules provide that there are rights and obligations which exist, then we must adhere and accept the rule-based framework. It is not because somebody has committed a mistake that human rights should stop being applicable to him or her. It is not because somebody has himself or herself infringed on the human rights of others that now he or she should be deprived of his or her basic rights. Honorable members, you all agree, justice has a defined way of operation, which is undergirded by the rule of law. we at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and I speak on your behalf, subscribe to the notion of justice, which operates under the ambit of separation of powers, with parliaments imposing legal sanctions, which are prosecuted by the executive and are tried and enforced by the courts of law. Honorable members, as we discuss the SADC model law on correctional center oversight, it came to the fore that even prisoners must enjoy core human rights. If we apply the rule of law to human rights enjoyment, it would mean that human rights are indivisible and interdependent. Thus, enjoyment of one human right cannot be severed from the other. Therefore, we cannot pick and choose which human rights should be applicable. Rather, they all are applicable except those derogated from in accordance with law. Honorable members, in a prison setting or correctional setting, a judgment of an independent court of law has determined that freedom of movement of an individual should be limited for a fixed period of time, and that limitation naturally remains exclusive to freedom of movement, not to other rights. It is positive to note that this joint session has considered the effects of the rule of law on the rights of prisoners and has digested the topic with the elegance and maturity of honorable members. I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. The joint session, honorable members, has also considered what is human rights discourse. What in human rights discourse, pardon me, is called cultural relativism. Relativism tends to go against the understanding that human rights are indivisible and provides that human rights must be selected based on regions of the world. Honorable members, I wish to emphasize that cultural ethical relativism is the basis which ferments the thinking that not all human beings are to be regarded as equal, when in fact they are. Although certain differences can exist relating to cultures, it is indeed the SADC Parliamentary Forum policy that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights contain the human rights which are applicable to all without discrimination. In this regard, the right to be protected when one is faced with a disability is also a human right within the perspective of the right to physical integrity. The loss of a limb or the loss of memory does not change the human nature of a person, no more than loss of hearing or eyesight. Parliament, as an agent of change, remains committed to ensuring that people with disabilities are protected in all walks of life. And I'm happy that we took very clear resolutions in this regard. I believe that you need to applaud yourselves for that. Honorable members, coming to the protection from sexual harassment, it is another limb of the right to physical integrity, which this August joint session has also considered in detail. As we speak of women empowerment, gender parity, or the absence of discrimination to amplify the voices of women and men, we must recall at all times that equality only starts when women are respected and valued. The policy considered by this joint session instills respect at the center of the forum's initiatives and ensures that women are equipped with the appropriate tools if ever an infringement happens to them which contravenes the policy. This also extends without any exception to men. We therefore close this joint session with a feeling of satisfaction and work well accomplished, with clear recommendations that we take to the 59th Plenary Assembly to be held in Mahé, Seychelles, from the 4th to the 11th of July, 2026. Honorable members, I see this opportunity to thank you again, as well as your national parliaments, for their active involvement in this joint session. I also thank all stakeholders and resource persons present who have contributed to making this meeting an astounding success. Thank you very much to our partners. I end by saying that for all intents and purposes, the joint session has met its objectives, and on behalf of the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the expected outcomes, which are to foster regional interest on the issues discussed, bring the region closer to regionalism and common norms. With these words, I wish to register the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum's appreciation for a work well done, and he extends his applause to all of you and hope to see you again in Seychelles. Thank you very much.
And I quote, I wish to state that for all intents and purposes, the joint sitting achieved its set objectives. Thank you very much, SG, for the remarks. At this juncture, I have the pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs and the chair of the session, Honorable Luisa Damião Santos, to give closing remarks and declare the meeting officially closed.
Excelência, Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Excelências, senhores deputados e senhoras deputadas, ilustres representantes da sociedade civil aqui presentes, estimadas oradoras, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, todo o protocolo observado. Eu gostaria, em primeiro lugar, solicitar a todos vocês um minuto de silêncio, porque nós perdemos a 18 de dezembro passado um grande impulsionador da transformação do Fórum em Parlamento Regional. Estou a falar do antigo presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola, o Dr. Fernando da Piedade Dias dos Santos, que nos deixou no dia 18 de dezembro. Foi também um grande campeão da igualdade do gênero. Peço que rendamos então um minuto de silêncio em sua memória. Muito obrigado. Ilustres deputados e deputadas, esta sessão conjunta foi sem dúvida produtiva e muito importante. Tudo o que foi abordado ao longo dos últimos 4 dias nesta sala, onde deliberamos, debatemos e construímos, não cabe facilmente numa síntese de encerramento. mas a tentativa de fazê-lo é em si mesma um ato de responsabilidade para com todos os que aqui estiveram e para com todos aqueles que nós representamos. Abrimos os trabalhos com a questão da capacitação da mulher na tomada de decisões e na definição de políticas para a nossa região. Ouvimos líderes de toda a região falar com honestidade sobre cotas, financiamento, violência contra a mulher na política. Não foram palavras confortáveis, mas foram palavras necessárias. Avançamos para a representação e a influência, porque sentar no parlamento é importante. Mas o mais importante ainda é o que se faz a partir deste lugar que transforma vidas. Exploramos ainda a governação inclusiva para as pessoas com deficiência, a participação da juventude nos processos parlamentares, as alianças entre a sociedade civil e os parlamentos e o desafio da desigualdade e da justiça socioeconômica. Hoje trabalhamos em duas frentes simultâneas. Validamos a lei modelo da SADC sob supervisão prisional, um instrumento que nos recorda que a ação parlamentar tem de chegar também àqueles que a sociedade às vezes prefere esquecer, e avançamos então com a política do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC sobre o assédio e o assédio sexual, um exercício de integridade institucional que reconhece algo que durante demasiado tempo foi deixado na sombra. O assédio sexual não é uma preocupação marginal. É uma questão de dignidade humana, de integridade institucional e de responsabilização democrática. À luz destas deliberações, sublinho 3 prioridades estratégicas. Primeira, a supervisão prisional deve permanecer firme na agenda nacional. Nenhuma lei modelo pode alcançar o seu objetivo sem a vontade política necessária para lhe dar vida. Exorto, por isso, a cada um de nós a defender a sua transposição para a legislação nacional. A segunda é que devemos criar ambientes parlamentares seguros, respeitosos e inclusivos para todos, com mecanismos de denúncia fiáveis e respostas centradas nas vítimas. A terceira é a responsabilidade de levar este trabalho adiante e recai sobre cada um de nós. O verdadeiro teste reside no que se segue, no trabalho das nossas comissões permanentes, nos debates plenários e no exercício diário da fiscalização parlamentar. Há quem pense que a diplomacia é o domínio exclusivo de chancelarias e de corredores ministeriais. Os dias de trabalho que acabamos de viver provam o contrário. A diplomacia parlamentar faz-se da voz das populações que elegeram representantes para ir mais longe do que das suas fronteiras e trazer de volta instrumentos concretos de entre leis modelo políticas institucionais a mecanismos de monitorização que os parlamentos nacionais podem adotar, adaptar e implementar. Angola veio a este fórum sempre com uma parceira, como construtora, como uma voz ativa de uma região que acredita na integração como necessidade histórica. Sob a liderança de Sua Excelência, o Presidente da República de Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Angola tem vivido uma transformação de uma cultura política. E a Assembleia Nacional, sob orientação de Sua Excelência, o Presidente Adão Francisco Correia de Almeida, tem assumido um papel proativo nas relações interparlamentares, reconhecendo a diplomacia parlamentar como um instrumento estratégico da política externa. Os documentos que produzimos valem pelo que prometem. E o que promete só se concretiza se cada um de nós, ao regressar ao seu parlamento, à sua comunidade, levar consigo não apenas uma pasta com relatórios, mas uma convicção renovada de que é possível, através do diálogo, da legislação e da vontade política, construir uma região mais justa, mais segura e mais humana. Ao secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, em especial a senhora secretária-geral, aos especialistas, aos consultores, aos moderadores, aos oradores e facilitadores e aos honoráveis deputados que construíram esta semana, com profissionalismo e dedicação, o meu mais sincero e institucional reconhecimento. A todos, obrigada pela generosidade do diálogo e pela seriedade do compromisso. É um privilégio servir ao vosso lado na prossecução das nossas aspirações regionais comuns. Aproveito esta soberana ocasião para agradecer o vosso apoio na minha eleição como presidente da Comissão de Desenvolvimento Humano e Social e Programas Especiais. Há um provérbio africano que diz que se quer ir rápido, vá sozinho. Mas se quer ir mais longe, vá acompanhado, vá em grupo. Nós queremos continuar a ser acompanhados por vós, para continuarmos a trabalhar para o bem do nosso continente. Tenho assim a elevada honra de declarar encerrada esta sessão. Muito obrigada. Merci. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kembo, are you in the room? Please, power, power, power. Thank you. Right. Yes, honorable members, I came across a quotation which I wish to read out to you as we end. The failure to protect female members of parliament from sexual harassment within parliamentary institutions, when men are already confronting technology-facilitated violence, online abuse, and intimidation outside parliament, is akin to asking women to defend democracy while denying them protection in the very institution they are entrusted to serve. Parliaments must be both a symbol and a sanctuary of democratic values. It cannot credibly champion gender equality in society while failing to guarantee dignity, safety, and respect within its own walls. And indeed, we have proven that we are committed to guarantee the dignity, the safety, and respect of all members within the walls of the SADC Parliament. Honorable members, at this juncture, we are coming to the close of the end of the adjournment following the declaration by the chair, save to announce that tomorrow, honorable members, thank you. Safe to say that tomorrow we bid farewell to our colleagues from the Human and Social Development Program, Social and Human Development and Special Programs, because they already had their statutory meeting in Botswana. And the following standing committees are going to have their statutory meetings tomorrow, where they will transact business, which includes election of chairpersons and vice chairpersons. The Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, and the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. We are going to share on your groups the venues for your respective meetings. Be on time, we start at 9, and otherwise enjoy the evening. Henceforth, you are on your own. Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Good evening.
Okay, colleagues. Let us, we need to prepare for tomorrow, and yeah, we can come closer. Or if you are comfortable there, you can speak through the mics, it's fine. It's going to be difficult though. Let's move closer. Ah, Eva nailed it, huh?
I don't.
Colleagues, we want to go home. Is it not better you bring chairs here? Yeah. Okay, colleagues, good evening. I think let us see that we conclude quickly and then make sure that tomorrow we are set for the committees. We can see which thank you, colleagues. I was thinking that we should prepare for tomorrow. And as we round off what happened today, I think there was a lot, perhaps your observations for the whole joint session, including today. If and I know others came today, maybe the ones with a fresh mind, like Raj and Mr. Bokos, can tell us what they saw today. How did it go today? Anything that you think we must look into as we go to the plenary or finalize our documents here? Actually, Raj, that's what we spoke about yesterday. So may I propose that finance tomorrow, don't go to committees. Can you sit and sort it out? Yeah, particularly because it is good when you are sitting here. Where's Lorenda? Oh yeah, she has excused herself. We sat on that principle. We separated and migrated. But I think, where's Unaro? Yeah, you recall we separated, migrated on two principles. What Sweden funds and cannot fund. We identified budget lines. Raj also is aware that which budget lines we can use. One, we can use the budget lines for plenary assembly. We can also take from the joint session and some from HSDP so that we balance it out. The challenge is always that, you know, we budget for members, but we know members come with stuff. And it's always a challenge. And it's part, really, the truth is, for institutional memory, members can never come alone. So I think it's a lesson as we budget going forward. We just allocate that a member may come. Each parliament maybe double the numbers, but that's a good one. May I request that finance sits, does that split the cost, more so that we have to pay for flights. Yeah. So if you can sit somewhere, maybe in the library or wherever, just sort it out. It will be better. Yeah.
For the budget, that will be straightforward.
Yeah, that one is straightforward. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's the mix up here. And then those countries that didn't use the tickets and things, that's another matter. We'll talk about it later. Yeah. Because it affects Mr. Bokus's reconciliation drive. Yeah. So whatever it is that we put in there, we must be able to sit with him also and ask him what system in this case can be clearer to see for his evaluation so that we do so. Mr. Bokus. Yeah.